start the sessions shortly. I'll request everyone to please settle down and take their seats. Sir has arrived, so we'll begin the session shortly now. क्षितिज, जरा पीछे लोग को पर्सनली बोल दो जो बात कर रहे हैं. he comes, we'll just start there. हाँ वो मैं कर लूँगा यार. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to this important seminar on driving sustainable pathways for critical mineral supply in India. This is an issue which sits at the intersection of India's resource security, sustainability goals, and industrial competitiveness. Today's discussions will bring together policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, and practitioners to explore how India can unlock the critical mineral value chain. And we are pleased to have with us Shri Piyush Goyal, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, at this event. Before we begin, may I request the Honorable Secretary, sir, to kindly light the lamp, please. I'll request Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Shri Anshu Pandey to please accompany him, sir.
दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I'll request you to please join us at the stage. And I request Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Advisor, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, to felicitate Honorable Secretary, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I invite Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Advisor, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Shri Anshu Pandey ji, Director, Ministry of Mines, and all the dignitaries in the audience, industry leaders, think tanks, policymakers. It's my pleasure to welcome you all in today's seminar on developing the critical mineral value chain for a sustainable future. Under National Critical Mineral Mission Outreach Forum. At the onset, I would like to congratulate Ministry of Mines to launch NCMM, National Critical Mineral Mission, in January 2025 with a whopping outlay of 34,300 crore for a period of 7 years. And then within next 9 months or 10 months, you are able to bring out a policy on 1,500 crore critical mineral recycling scheme. That's really commendable. And that's a very good progress, sir. I congratulate you under your stewardship and with the team like Mr. Anshu Pandey and all like, you are able to do that. With that, you know, as critical mineral, I know that you are all aware, but still, critical mineral is a complex intersection of energy security, energy transition, and commercial diplomacy. That's the case. And I would like to put certain points which I think will go well with this topic. One is that India has certain ambition towards clean energy or NDCs you have put in. And as a part of NDC, only very recently we have upgraded that. And we are happy that we could achieve some of those targets which we put as NDC. For example, achieving 50% power capacity from non-fossil fuels much earlier, about 5 years earlier than what was anticipated in 2030. But if we just take a look at by 2030, we want to achieve 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity. Now, we all know we are witnessing, my background is Solar Energy Corporation of India, and based on that also I share some of the knowledge that pure vanilla tenders were being done and a lot of power procurement was being done pure vanilla, solar, wind and all. But now I think our grids are getting saturated. You need to build storages. How do you build those storages? Again, the battery, critical materials, that every framework has a very critical role of these materials. As per one estimate, I think which is the least value, CA has said 120 gigawatt hour, the battery kind of storage, or the storage they are anticipating by 2030. And just to take a call on what is the requirement in terms of material For that, I just give you some figure. 1 gigawatt hour battery requires about 160 tons of lithium metal, which is equivalent to 850 tons of lithium carbonate equivalent. So that's the, and multiply by 120 or 200 or 300, whatever you want to achieve in gigawatt hours. So that's the framework you are in. So again, Ministry of Mines has taken a lot of steps, right from exploration, mining, processing, and then making available the critical materials. In that strategy, this comes a very fit situation that we are able to think of secondary sources from where we can supplement the demand from secondary sources. I think that's the point of discussion today, and I believe that all of you being the stakeholders would be able to put your thoughts together so that we get to a workable or practical approaches that how do you achieve these numbers. And as being from Shakti Foundation, we always take pride, sir, in our association with Ministry of Mines, right from launching of mission and bringing out these schemes. And we definitely solicit, sir, your guidance for further cooperation with the mines. So with all of that, I would like to urge you to come forward with your candid opinion, views, so that the sector can move forward. And especially, we are very happy to see secretaries are here because that gives you a framework of guidance, overall vision, guidance, and within that, you can put your thoughts too. Thank you very much for that. I wish you all the best. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would now invite Shri Piyush Goyal, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to kindly deliver the keynote remarks. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you at this seminar under the National Critical Mineral Mission Outreach Forum. I extend my appreciation to all participants from government, industry, academia, and research institutions who have joined us here today to deliberate on this important subject, which is very vital, especially in the present-day context. For India, the importance of critical minerals goes beyond industrial growth. It is closely linked to our aspirations for energy security, technological leadership, and economic resilience. It is essential to our vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Recognizing this, the Government of India launched the National Critical Mineral Mission on 29th January 2025 to secure a long-term, sustainable supply of critical minerals and strengthen India's value chains across all stages, from exploration, mining, to beneficiation, processing, and recovery from end-of-life products. We have moved steadily from vision to action with reforms spanning exploration, auction operationalization, production, ease of doing business, ensuring that, and strengthening of the entire critical minerals ecosystem. First of all, let us briefly talk about the various mining reforms, and I'll concentrate on the recent ones. So the MMDR Amendment Act 2025, it enhanced, expanded scope of national mineral and development beyond exploration to development also. And it increased the contribution of mining companies from 2% to 3% so as to ensure both domestic as well as overseas exploration and development. A very important amendment to the rules which was notified on March 30 of this year has now allowed notified private exploration agencies to bid for auction for those blocks which they had explored cutting across various minerals. Earlier, this was limited to only critical and strategic minerals, but now for all minerals, especially surface minerals, this provision has been done. So this will manifold increase our exploration capacity because, as we all know, in terms of value, the almost 90% value comes from surface minerals. So with this single structural reform, I believe in the next few years, we will see a tremendous increase, exponential increase in the exploration capacity of a country. Then another landmark decision which has been notified on April 10 is regarding low-grade iron ore. Earlier, for grades below 45, since there was no average sale price established, the rule said that the ASP of grade 45 would be valid for lower grade also. Because of this, it was not economically viable for companies to beneficiate using the low-grade iron ore. But now we have changed that. We have notified that between grade 35 and 45, the ASP would be 75% of grade 45 iron ore, and for below 35, it would be 50% of the grade 45 iron ore ASP. One very important aspect we discovered last year was that presently all states had their own systems and methodologies, and some of them had online portals also for this process of the entire mining journey. But because of these variations, there was no clarity, and sometimes in some states, many of the steps are still being done in the manual way. So we decided to have a unified mining portal, and which would be from before auction stage, the very carving out of block using PM Gati Shakti portal, it would be done so that there are no issues later on about land scheduling, whether the land belongs to forest area or revenue area, that would all be taken care of while carving out the block itself. Then the auction process, and then after that, signing of lease deed and the operationalization part, right up to the mine closure. The entire journey would be through this unified mining portal, and I'm happy to say that all states have collaborated very enthusiastically with us on this in the true federal spirit, and we are in the process of rolling it out this year. We have already amended the rules with the March 30 notification to make a mention of this UMP would be used henceforth once notified by the government. Then another thing was that earlier there were some complaints of squatting, especially in certain surface minerals. So to take care of that, on 17th October 2025, we had notified intermediary timelines, or what you can call milestones, wherein we had incentivized those who would complete the process early and operationalize the mine sooner than the maximum prior period that is allowed under the Act, and they were incentivized in terms of 50% of auction premium to be paid instead of the 100%. At the same time, in case the bidder deliberately delays, then there's a penalty of 1% per month. And the states were also incentivized that in the sense if they did not issue the LOI within the time, etc., 5% reduction in performance guarantee every month. And for those mines which were auctioned earlier, we gave a grace period of 6 months, which has ended on 16th April. So the feedback from industry has been very positive, and frankly, we have not receiving any complaints of squatting of mines in the recent times. And I hope in the times to come, this problem will go away altogether, and that is the purpose for this intermediate timelines. And of course, we have done it in a manner that no business has to suffer for no fault of that person. So going with the ease of India, ease of doing business spirit, this was brought in. And in the same spirit, we have also decided to have mineral exchanges, and right now public consultation is going on regarding the rules to be notified. Hopefully in the next couple of months that would be done, and that would be again a game changer in terms of having a transparent mechanism for selling as well as price discovery of minerals. Then with the help of Forest Ministry, Environment Ministry, we have been able to introduce many reforms which will reduce the time taken for forest clearance, like joint surveys by revenue, forest and mining departments before the auction also, and then after that for the level at the time of for the forest clearance, whether it is the Government of India regional office or the state government's forest officers, they would do surveys simultaneously, jointly. The linking of status of land acquisition and grant of EC for all mining projects. Then coming to specifically to critical minerals, last year in September, the Forest Ministry has allowed exemption of mining projects of critical minerals from public hearing for grant of EC. And they've also allowed compensatory afforestation on degraded forest land for critical minerals. Further, we have, in November 25, we have rationalized the royalty rates of graphite and zirconium based on the feedback from the industry. And in the amendment of Act 2025, MMDR Amendment Act, we have provided a simpler regime allowing inclusion of critical minerals without any additional payment or auction premium to the other minerals for which the mine was auctioned earlier. Now, all of us would agree that it is extremely important to establish a processing value chain for critical minerals, without which, even if we are able to source critical minerals, whether domestically or from abroad, we are not in a position to utilize them, and they eventually get exported. So I think this is something which all the countries across the globe, they are very conscious of and are making earnest efforts. And in that direction, the government is considering, and it is in very advanced stage of consideration, to establish processing value chain for some of the critical minerals to expand the capacity for these minerals, which is very much needed for the industry. Then another allocation of rupees 500 crores was done in the National Critical Mineral Mission for establishing 4 processing parks across the country. So in that direction, I'm happy to share that we have finalized the location of these parks, and in the meeting on 22nd April with the officers of the state governments of Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat and Odisha, we have reviewed the progress, and hopefully very soon we will have this processing parks set up in these states, which will cater to development of processing value chains for many of the critical minerals. Given the environmental aspects which we all cannot afford to lose sight of, which are extremely critical for the country as well as the world, and any mining responsibility operations have to make sure that it is sustainable and does not work to the disadvantage of the environment. So in that direction, a push is being given to circular economy initiatives, and the government had approved a rupees 1,500 crore recycling incentive scheme for critical minerals on September 3rd last year. And with the hard work of our team in the Ministry of Mines, we were able to roll out in less than a month on 2nd October with all the guidelines. And I'm happy to share that we have received a very, very enthusiastic response to this scheme from the industry. And against the target of 270 kilotons of annual critical mineral recycling capacity, we are expected to do it more than 750 kilotons. Further, government has also introduced custom duty exemptions for various critical minerals, and including cobalt powder, lithium ion battery scrap, and scrap of lead and zinc. And we're also strengthening research and innovation through 9 centers of excellence which work closely with the industry and are supported by funding from ANRF. So some of you would wonder that with all these measures, what are the outcomes today? So if we look at exploration, because we all are aware when we talk of mining, there are basically 3 stages. First is exploration, then the auction, because in India, as you may be aware, the government of India took a very bold decision of introducing auction regime in 2015, which is a very transparent method of allocation of these mining assets. So exploration, then auction, and then finally operationalization. So in exploration, we have had a significant enhancement against a target of 1,200 projects in National Critical Mineral Mission, which is up till March 2031. In the first 2 years itself, we have taken up 571 exploration projects, almost half of it. Plus, this year we are taking another 300 projects. So definitely we will do much more than what we had thought in our initial target. And similarly for the auction, against a target of 100 block of auction mineral, critical minerals till 2031 under National Critical Mineral Mission. 46 blocks have already been successfully auctioned, and another 19 blocks are currently under auction process in the 7th tranche. So again, we should exceed this target by a significant margin. Plus, we had also auctioned 7 exploration blocks in the first tranche, and 11 blocks have been put up in second tranche in February 2026. But if you look at the mineral sector as a whole, what are the achievements in terms of auction exploration? So let me just give you some figures here. Between financial years of 2015-16 to financial years of 21-22, we auctioned 154 mineral blocks, so an average of 22 per year. And then between 22-23 to 24-25, we auctioned 318 mineral blocks and roughly an average of 100 per year. But I'm happy to say that the last year, that is financial year 25-26, the country achieved a record 212 mineral blocks auction. And I must say that all our states have really worked hard for this significant achievement. And not only the auction, but even in operationalization, we have come a long way. In the first 10 years, from financial year 2015-16 to financial year of 24-25, we had operationalized 58 mineral blocks, which included 20 greenfield blocks and 38 brownfield projects. We all are aware that brownfield projects can be operationalized very fast in a few months or maximum 1 or 2 years. But this year, that is 25-26, we have successfully operationalized 36 blocks. So the gap, the momentum is clearly visible that against 58 operationalized blocks in last 10 years, we have operationalized 36 blocks this year, and this includes 28 greenfield blocks and only 8 brownfield ones. So now what we would like to say, this is a team effort. The country has come together as a whole. All our states, they have really joined this momentum. They have all taken very conscious decisions. They have formed committees at the level of chief secretaries, which regularly monitors and sorts out any interdepartmental issues. And with this launch of Unified Mining Portal, even this letter of intent, which is sometimes takes several weeks to sometimes a few months, would be issued automatically as soon as the payments are made by the successful bidder. So we are on a very transformative journey, and I would invite all of you to be part of this. We have a unique opportunity to shape resilient, sustainable supply chains that will define the clean energy future and sustainable growth for our country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Shri Anshu Pandey, Director, Ministry of Mines, to provide an overview of recovering critical minerals from secondary sources.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Secretary Sir, for giving us a broad overview of all the policy reforms that have been taken in this sector of critical minerals. I will focus only on recovery of critical minerals from the secondary sources. Next slide, please. So this has already been introduced that we launched the National Critical Mineral Mission in January 2025, and a lot of progress has been made. Next slide, please. So there was no systematic policy as such for exploration of critical minerals in new projects and recovery of critical minerals. So for the first time, this gap was realized and a policy was issued in January 2026. What does this policy do? So first of all, this policy is applicable for new exploration projects as well as for existing mines. And this policy formally recognizes the waste streams, which are the tailings, slags, anode slimes, as the secondary sources of critical minerals. And it has a very well-defined SOP for sampling and analysis of major and minor minerals during exploration and from operating mines. So the stress is that even at the exploration stage, we need to take care of what are the various sources of critical minerals. And most importantly, the inventory of these mine dumps will be maintained by different agencies, whether it is Ministry of Mines, Coals or DAE, in a in a GIS-based platform which will be subsequently developed. Next, please. Next, कर दो. मैं बोलूँगा आप कर दो. So, under the National Critical Mineral Mission, we have an outlay of rupees 100 crores for funding of pilot projects for recovery of critical minerals from overburden, tailings, fly ash, red mud, etc. So, we have made the Center of Excellence. The Ministry of Mines has recognized 9 Center of Excellence. All of them have been made eligible to for participating in this scheme. And all these mine overburden, tailing and dumps are the eligible material. And funding shall be done subject to a maximum of 20 crores per project. The good part is that industry also has to contribute minimum of 10% of the project cost. And already one project of RE separation from multiple feedstock has been approved under this component. Next slide, please. This is very important. IBM has been given this responsibility for doing a detailed study of what are the various sources of critical minerals. About 2,400 samples have been collected from 367 sites across various mines, and a detailed geochemical analysis has been done. We have kept a detailed presentation on this, and after this session we'll have a detailed presentation on this from IBM. There we'll be seeing that what are the possible opportunities for us for recovery of critical minerals. Next, please. This is very important. Ministry of Mines has an S&T program in which there are 2 components. One is the research and development program, and other is the S&T PRISM component, which is especially for the MSMEs and startups. So the idea is that we fund academic institutions, universities, institutes, and other bodies to promote the research in the area of critical minerals. So far, we have funded 17 projects worth about 13 crores under the R&D program. And in only last 1 year, we have sanctioned 9 projects amounting to about rupees 15 crores under the S&T PRISM component. So we have a very enhanced focus on funding the projects of critical minerals. Next slide, please. Apart from this, we have been engaging, we have representatives from embassies also. We have, under the India-UK Technology Security Initiative, we have taken up joint exploration projects with the GSI and British Geological Survey. And also under the India-US Strategic Mineral Recovery Initiative, SMRI, we are identifying joint research projects for the recovery of critical minerals. Next, please. NALCO has done very good work and it has taken several initiatives for recovery of critical minerals. And especially NALCO generates about 3 to 3.5 million tons of red mud. So it is setting up a pilot scale demonstration facility to recover gallium from Bear's liquid based upon its own technology at Damanjodi, Odisha. Similarly, NALCO has also successfully completed a collaborative R&D project with CSIR MMT for the preparation of FETI alloys from red mud. Next, please. So, secondary sources of critical minerals are very important. We have formulated the policy, and all of us have to work together to see that this important source of critical minerals can be gainfully harnessed in the interest of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation. I now call upon Ms. Preeti Shukla, Portfolio Manager, Energiva Ventures, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ankit. Good morning, everyone. And on behalf of Ministry of Mines and Energiva Ventures, I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected Secretary, Sir Shri Piyush Goyal ji, for his insightful keynote address. His remarks have not only set a clear and forward-looking direction for today's discussion, but have also underscored the strategic importance of building a resilient and future-ready critical mineral ecosystem under the National Critical Mineral Mission. I would also like to thank Shri Anshu Pandey, sir, Director, National Critical Mineral Mission, for his comprehensive presentation outlining recovery and recycling from secondary sources, an area that will be central to India's resource security and circular economy in this convening. My sincere appreciation to Shri Ashwini Kumar, sir, Advisor, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, for his warm welcome and for setting the tone for this important convening. I would also like to acknowledge and thank all our distinguished speakers and experts. participants from government, industry, academia, research institutions for your presence. Your presence here reflects the strong spirit of collaboration that is vital to advance the goals of the National Critical Mineral Mission and positioning India as a global leader in the sustainable mineral value chain. As we move into the next segment of the programs, today's session and panel discussion will delve deeper into these themes, particularly the opportunities, innovations, policy pathways around recovery from secondary resources. Before we proceed, may I please request our distinguished guest to kindly join us for a brief photograph before stepping down from the dais. So may I kindly request Shri Anshu Pandey sir, Ashwini sir, and Secretary sir for a brief photograph. Also Sadiq sir. I also take this moment to welcome Lekhan Thakur sir.
Thank you so much. We'll proceed with the next session of the event where we have 3 insightful presentations lined up. For the first presentation, I invite Shri Manish K. Mandiratta, Controller of Mines at the Indian Bureau of Mines, to present on the recovery of critical minerals from waste dumps and tailings. All right. So by the time the stage is set up and the presentation is ready, I'll request Preeti to just lay an overview of the program and the agenda for this event.
So good morning, everyone, again. And as we all know, we've gathered here today to address a fundamental challenge facing India's critical security. And I want to start with a simple truth. The traditional path to critical minerals is too slow. And developing primary material resources through exploration and mining is both time-intensive and capital-intensive. In many cases, it takes years, sometimes decades, before production even begins. Yet global demand for critical minerals is accelerating rapidly, driven by the energy transition and clean technology development. The gap between how fast we can develop new mines and how fast we need minerals is widening. But there's a solution that's been hiding in the plain sight. Across the world, a fundamental shift is underway. Governments, industry leaders, and energy analysts are recognizing that minerals we need aren't just in the ground ahead of us, they're already in the systems we've built. Bloomberg NEF projects that secondary resources will become integral to energy transition, metal supply chain. The IEA is even clearer. Recycling can materially reduce the new need of mines and ease pressure on primary supply. This isn't speculation, this is strategy. Secondary resources represent that experts now call the above-ground mines a resource base that's already being extracted, already concentrated, and already available for recovery. And unlike primary mining, these materials can be developed in shorter timeframes with greater resource efficiency and lower environmental impact. For India, secondary sources fall into 2 major categories. First, the legacy of extraction itself, mine tailings, overburdens, industrial residues, and smelter slags. Recent assessments by the Indian Bureau of Mines, and we'll also have a presentation on it shortly, have confirmed that this is something remarkable. Our existing waste streams already contain critical minerals where we're seeking cadmium, gallium, platinum group elements, rare earth metals, tantalum. These elements are present in mine tailings from chromite, copper, lead, zinc, fluorite, and bauxite operations across the country. Yes, there are challenges. Recovery raises questions about technology readiness, economic viability, capital requirements, and environmental management. Successful extractions requires detailed categorization and tailored solution, but here's what makes this compelling. These materials offer shorter gestation period than greenfield mining, a lower environmental footprint, and the ability to extract more from the operations we've already been running. These reduce disposal burdens and bring life to resources that otherwise would have remained stranded. We also noticed that there is a gap, and e-waste in India is projected to rise from 6 million tons to 14 million tons by 2030. End-of-life lithium-ion batteries availability will increase from 19 kilotons in 2023 to 233 kilotons by 2035. Yet, current recycling capacity only stands at 4.2 million tons annually. This is a gap, and it's a massive gap. But gaps are opportunities. These battery wastes contain some of the most valuable mineral on the planet, and they should be feeding India's domestic supply chain. The benefits of urban mining are quite enormous, and recognizing these opportunities, there is now a growing policy and industry focus on promoting recovery from secondary sources. We're seeing pilot projects, incentives for recycling, and efforts to build domestic processing capabilities. But the potential alone isn't enough. We need implementation. And today's workshop is designed to move this conversation from possibility to action. We've brought together government, industry, and academia to assess the current state of resource and technologies, and more importantly, to identify the technical and commercial pathways required to move from pilot projects to large-scale deployment. Today's focus, our sessions are organized around three core themes. First is unlocking the recovery from mine burden, tailings, and industrial slag. We'll hear from Indian Bureau of Mines and Hindalco on recovery from waste dumps, tailings, and smelter slags, real examples, real data. This will be followed by our Lab to Sales session, featuring emerging technologies including CSIR IMMT's breakthrough work on recovering platinum group elements from low-grade chrome ore overburden. We need to understand what's technically feasible and what's economically viable. The second is to strengthen recycling from e-waste and end-of-life battery technologies. How do we build robust collection systems? How do we standardize processes? How do we ensure safe and compliant processing at scale? This is about connecting the dots across the ecosystem. And third, enabling and mobilizing, I would say, private investments and accelerating commercialization. What are the policy gaps? Like, what regulatory frameworks are missing? What's holding back technology deployment? And crucially, how do we mobilize private investments to accelerate the journey from pilot to scale? Because without these investments, without business models, without risk-sharing mechanisms, technical possibility remains just that, just a possibility. India has a choice, and we can wait for the next generation of mines to come online years away, capital intensive, uncertain, or we can mobilize the resources already within our reach. Our tailings contain critical minerals. Our e-waste streams are growing exponentially. Our technical capabilities are advancing. Our policy frameworks are evolving. What we need now is clarity, coordination, and commitment. Today's workshop is a step towards that. Together, we can move the potential to implementation and identify the specific actionable pathways for unlocking India's secondary mineral base. I encourage all of you to engage fully, share your insights, and contribute to making this conversation productive and transformative. Thank you, and I wish everyone a very insightful and engaging workshop ahead.
Thank you, Preeti. And for the first presentation, I invite Shri Manish K. Mendiratta, Control of Mines, IBM. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. Here in this, I just want to briefly tell you, I am Manish Mandiratta, Controller of Mines from Indian Bureau of Mines. In this presentation, that is on recovery of critical minerals from waste dumps and tailings, opportunities, challenges, and way forward, I would just like to take you through what IBM has done, what we have done, why we have done, how we have done, and what are the findings that we have found out, what are the opportunities and what are the challenges. As it has been very well noted by, so as has been said by my previous speakers, that mine dumps and tailings are really a source for critical minerals, and mine operations leads to generation of waste dumps, subgrade dumps, slag dumps, tailing dumps, anode slimes. These are basically the ready opportunities available for us, and for this thing we have undertaken some what we say sampling of the material that is available in our mines. Tailings associated with the ores like copper, lead, zinc, gold, bauxite. These have been chosen to find out the associated companion minerals. And the reason being very simple, that 75% of the world's production of molybdenum is coming from copper ores. 95% of tellurium, cerium is also from the coppers. And bauxite is a source of vanadium, gallium. These things have been kept into mind, and we have this thing. These are basically the primary ores and the companion minerals, what we have thought of. And we have tried to analyze the dumps in these primary ores, because previously when these minerals were mined, our efforts, focus was on the primary ore only, and because of that, certain critical minerals which might have been left out in the tailings or in the dumps are now being taken care of, as they are the ready source. As has been said by Anshu Pandey sir previously, that importance of the waste has been duly recognized in our act, in our tailing policy, in our critical mineral mission. In line with it, what IBM has done, IBM has issued a circular where it has asked all the mines to find out the concentration of these minerals, companion minerals in the dumps and tailings available at the mine site. So this is what we have done. So this is the action taken by the IBM. Systematic sampling has been done across the mine faces, stacks, dumps, processing plants, refinery and smelter slags. 10 commodities have been chosen for it in the first phase. These are bauxite, lead, zinc, gold, copper, chromite, graphite, fluorine, tin, manganese and barytes. This is a scoping study which was done from April to August. And during this period, 2000 plus samples have been taken from about 311 mines, and the sampling of these material was done at the IBM's own lab, at the JNRDC, MECL lab, and CGM Gujarat. The results of what we have done so far has been submitted to the ministry on 12th December. And in the second phase, work has already been started for finding out in the iron ore and limestone mines. And another work has been started, that is in Sivana Ring Complex in West Rajasthan, which is covering about 7,500 kilometer area. Now, what happened to our results that we have found out in the phase 1? In the phase 1, we have covered 10 commodities. So whatever the findings we have found over there, we have discussed with the stakeholders and tried to fix some timelines so that the recovery of these minerals could be undertaken at a faster pace. This is what we have found out in copper. We have found out REs, molybdenum, selenium and tellurium. In lead zinc mines, there is what we have found out is cadmium and antimony. In tin, we have found out potential source of niobium and tantalum. Fluoride, we have found out Re, and bauxite, or definitely vanadium and gallium. And in chromite, waste dumps, we have found out nickel, cobalt, and PG. This slide basically shows the quantum of waste dump that is available in our mines, chromite mines in Odisha. Here, the way we have found out is nickel is about 0.6% average with the highest content up to 1.3%, and cobalt up to 1853 ppm with an average of 571, and PG up to 5.8 ppm. We have also done work in the copper ore deposit, the tailings which are available over there. We have analyzed them as well. The quantum has been found out. Since this is a scoping study, we have asked the lessees to get the detailed work done. But what we have found so far is concentrate samples contains molybdenum up to 3080 ppm, cobalt 1378 ppm, selenium 152 ppm, and that's all. In PG prospects are there in the K3. Another option which was very important was tin slag. Prospects are of these tin mines in our country are mostly in the Chhattisgarh region, and these mines presently being worked by one company, and the slag quantity is though not much, but there are a lot of auctions going on in that area, and the results that we have found over there is really good. That in the tin slag itself, we have found out tantalum, niobium, and Re. You just look out at the percentage and the ppm level that we have got. Tantalum is 5030 ppm, niobium 4000 ppm, tantalum 2100. So it's a very good potential for this thing. Even not only for this mine, but also for the new auction mines in that region. But only thing that is this slag is associated with the prescribed substances. This is regarding the findings which we have observed in lead and zinc mines. In the lead and zinc concentrate, we have found cadmium and antimony over there. The concentrate levels have been given, and this is regarding bauxite. In the bauxite, we have found out the potential for gallium and vanadium, and red mud samples also contain certain significant content of gallium and vanadium as well. This is the fluorite mine. These fluorite mines are basically in the Gujarat area, Ambaji area. There the RE concentration is found to be very good, specifically in the tailing dams. RE concentration of 11,000 ppm has been found, and niobium 2084 ppm. So it is also one of the very good opportunity that we have found out. So whatever the results that I have told you, all these results were shared with the stakeholders, and we have tried to discuss the things what we can do in this thing, and the status of these promising projects are as end. This is the cadmium production has started in the country, and Hindustan Zinc has already reported somewhere around 3,729 tons of cadmium in March 2026. As far as the recovery of antimony from the this thing is concerned, from the system is concerned, what they have given a global EI for that purpose, and they have found out some parties, but because of these economic reasons, they could not materialize it. Now the company is still exploring more vendors at national and international level in this regard. This is regarding the work for molybdenum, Re, tellurium, and selenium. What we have we were under discussion with HCL. HCL and CSIR IMT, they have signed an MOU for a pilot plant for recovery of critical minerals from copper ore, and this work is going on. Second critical step that these people have taken is that their new concentrator will take care of molybdenum recoveries at the concentrator stage itself. Third thing is they have associated with MECL to explore the tailing dumps in a detailed manner. They have undertaken the work in K3, but some 165 meter drilling has been done. They have found 0.1% copper, though no other major mineral have been identified, but this data needs to be verified from our sources now. As far as the Malachkhand is concerned, work is going on, and in Ghatshila area, copper slags have been found where there is a possibility of recovery of critical minerals. This is regarding Hindalco. Hindalco has established a 6,000 ton plant for recovery of vanadium, and last year they have reported around 1,261 tons till March 2026. For gallium, they are putting up a 400 kg per annum gallium plant. This plant is still in progress. It is expected to be commissioned by June 2026. Hindalco is also collaborating with CMET, Hyderabad and DRDO for improving the gallium purity, and NALCO has signed an MOU with BARC for putting up a 15 kg per annum gallium plant. As far as the PG is concerned, 1 ton per hour of this work is being done by Odisha Mining Corporation. They are putting up a 1 ton per hour capacity pilot plant in association with IMMT Bhubaneswar, and this work is also likely to be completed in 26. As far as the nickel is concerned, then again OMC is doing a very good job. They have entered into a partnership with IIT ISM. And another critical thing that we have found out is Tata Steel has created, they were working on the feasibility of making nickel pig iron. They have produced 295 tons of nickel pig iron containing 1.8% nickel in phase 1. Subsequently, 482 tons stainless steel billets were produced using 190 ton of NPI. This is nickel pig iron. And these trials have indicated positive results. Now we want, they are now scaling up the things. They are undertaking the trial at other establishments as well. And but the only constraint that they have found is the results which we have found was it was containing average 0.6% nickel, but the threshold that they require for nickel pig iron was somewhere around 0.9 to 1% nickel. So they are now undertaking the dump characterization to locate the favorable areas. As far as the RE is concerned, GMDC is doing that work. GMDC has acquired the flow sheet from BARC for the recovery of rare earth elements. And this pilot plant is, they are also putting up a pilot plant which is going to be commissioned by 27, and the commercial plant is expected by 29-30. NALCO is also setting up a 200 kg per day capacity pilot plant at Bhubaneswar with CSIR IMMT. And for neobium and tantalum, PMSL, that is the only tin producer that we have talked about earlier. This is in discussion with CSIR NML to establish the pilot plant for extraction of tantalum, neobium and other critical minerals. And as of now, they have done some research work on that, and as per that, they can get 3 products out of it. One is neobic, one based on neobium, other tantalum, and third one is on scandium. Sorry. Now this is regarding the second phase of work which we were doing. In this phase, again we have to cover about 75 limestone and 50 iron ore mines. Total 1151 samples have been drawn, and the work is going on at present, and results are expected by July. This is regarding the work which we are undertaking at Sivana Ring Complex, covering 7,500 square kilometer of area. And here also the activity commenced in the March 2026, and 116 leases have been covered in this phase. And this work is also likely to be completed by June 2026. This is what the production figures we are getting, something which is, yeah. And this is regarding the opportunities. You can very well find out that the slags of tin and Central India bauxite, these are basically the critical areas where we can get gallium and vanadium. And from the slag of tin, we can get neobium and tantalum. So large quantity of waste dump and tailings already available in our mines can act as a alternate source of critical minerals. And even in the copper deposits of Garshila and Malachkand, we have found out molybdenum, tellurium and selenium. So they are the potential areas which we have found out so far. This is regarding what we have discussed so far. So there is an opportunity that Center of Excellences may develop indigenous technologies for specific deposit type and mineralization in the country. This is basically the key challenges what we are finding out. Since these are the dumps, they are contain heterogeneous, these are of heterogeneous nature. So developing a common flow sheet for extraction and beneficiation is always difficult. Technology, as you have seen, it is still developing. Most of the projects are at pilot plant stage, and maybe in the initial phases, because of low concentration, extraction could be costly a bit, but commercial viability is still uncertain in many cases. What we can expect is we can coordinate the efforts of our R&D institutes and industry towards common goal without duplicacy of the work already done. And we seek collaboration of domestic and international levels for extraction of critical minerals. Now, this is what we expect forward. The first and the foremost requirement is our study was based on, it was a scoping study, so we need to have a detailed assessment regarding the vertical and lateral variations in the tailing and dumps characteristics. We need detailed mineralogical characterization study to understand the amenability to recovery and beneficiation. The economic feasibility needs to be established, and the mine lessees should take up efforts to explore the possibility of segregating the metal at concentration stage, if possible, and set up smelting facilities for their own or by suitable joint ventures. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, sir, for this informative presentation. Before we let you go, I would request Ms. Madhumita Banerjee, Senior Geologist, NCMM, to kindly present the memento to Mahendra, sir. Moving forward with the session, I now invite Mr. Kumaresan T, Vice President and Head, Hindalco Innovation Center, to make his presentation.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, myself from Hindalco Industries Limited, and the topic here which I'm going to talk about is the unlocking critical elements from copper refinery and e-scrap recycle. So e-scrap recycle plant is something new that is coming in Gujarat, a place called Pakajan, and the copper refinery already exists again in Gujarat in a place called Dahej. Okay. So the people from copper background may know this process, but for the other people, I thought of having this a small flow sheet with you, where it explains really about the importance of the minor elements that is present along with the copper concentrate. Of course, the focus is mainly with respect to the copper in it. But however, the important thing is for us about the percentage of iron and sulfur is also very important, because sulfur gives the heat. So that is important to, optimize the sustained way of operating the smelters so that that much amount of energy can be given. So this is again important. More importantly, if you see beyond the copper, the real value that is coming is all from the minor elements that is present. Let it be like a silver, gold, platinum, palladium, and apart from that, minor elements like nickel, bismuth, selenium, tellurium, some amount of I have covered that bismuth. Of course, we have to live with the arsenic that is present. We are trying to segregate, we are trying to see how it is not interfering in the processes. So these are all, like as I said, the challenges in the process that has to be taken care. Right. So as of now, if you see from the copper business plant, we already we started collaborating with many institutes, like in Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Gandhinagar. A detailed literature survey, the environmental impact has been initiated. A Center of Building Research Institute, Roorkee, detailed study of utilization of discarded slag, like lead, slag, ETP sludge, and everything. Detailed leaching studies of waste after plant operation. Okay. And at Sardar Vallabhai National Institute, it's about the comprehensive waste management plan, methodology of extracting precious metals, palladium and platinum. At ENY Mumbai, it's a decarbonization program for the plant to achieve the goal for the Glasgow climate program. The Center for the Minerals and Electronics Technology, CMET, Hyderabad. So e-waste management training, until now 49 engineers got trained from them. They are having a very good facility of the pilot facility and the experienced engineers. So this really helped our team to get trained. Support from e-waste experts, internationally reputed PCB recycling experts for technology selection and building capacity. Support for technology finalization and lab setup. We studied various plants across the world and the technology and the lab instruments, and selected a leading global technology provider, Metso, based on Finland and Sweden. So these are all some of the collaborations that we are keeping with the government organization and private organizations also. Right. So we are looking into the various, the minor elements. So selenium. Selenium is already there, we are producing. So approximately like 40 tons per annum is the current capacity here. And there is a, here if you see the DC slime, as you've seen in the first the slide about the copper, we produce anode, then anode later it will be refined to produce the, to improve the purity, like from 99.5 to you say 99.99. So during the process of electrolysis, what happens is there will be a residue which is going to come out. So that's a residue which has all the valuable elements. So that is called as a DC slime, and the DC slime obtained from is taken for the pressure leaching, you see. So where the batches at 450 degrees and 465, during the process, oxygen sulfur dioxide are injected to the furnace to form selenium oxide. And selenium oxide gas is sucked from the furnace through the ejector into the solution containing the sulfuric acid. So at 80 degrees, the elemental selenium is formed, that appears first in the red monoclinic crystal form, and it turns into the gray hexagonal form after passing through SO2 in the tanks. Yes, so so here the limitation as of today is something that we have a purity of say 99.9223. So further R&D work is ongoing where we can able to extract in a better way, that is we are targeting for 99.9. So today as of now if you see we are having a capacity of 40 tons per annum in the purity level of 99.2%. Next is the tellurium. So tellurium, again, the moment when our circuit reaches at least 1 to 2 GPL of the concentration in it, then we will be starting following this process. So this facility is there with us, and we produce some amount, I should say. But again, it varies from the concentrate quality. In the copper concentrate, again, depends upon the quality, the tellurium content can vary. So accordingly, the concentration of the acid liquor in the plant, it can vary. So based on that, we'll take an opportunity to extract. This is about the bismuth. Again, bismuth facility is also there with us. So here we recover bismuth in the form of bismuth bisulfate. So approximately 1,000 kgs has been produced during financial year 25-26. So as I said, again for the same thing, we are trying to see how we can improve the quality Also, we are targeting whether we can take bismuth as it is directly rather than taking in any complex form or common form. This is the next level of R&D that is going with our innovation center. Right. Then the nickel. The nickel, if you see, we are coming up with a new refinery, also copper refinery, where we are planning. So in-house R&D has been already successfully done with respect to the extraction for the nickel carbonate and the nickel sulfate. But however, nickel sulfate, if we could able to directly get it, that's good for the battery systems. If it is a nickel carbonate, then there is a one more step that has to be taken. But however, if you see, the process scheme development for the bleed treatment for nickel copper recovery, because why copper? Again, copper will be there, so that has to be extracted back. The lab test and the validation of the evaporation and the crystallization. So it is a multi-step of evaporative crystallization. So as I told you, since we are all aware that these elements will be present in the form of trace elements, in the concentrate, the moment when it reaches some saturation levels, then we will be starting doing this. But still, that saturation levels are not effective for the technologies like evaporative crystallization. So we may have to evaporate, then crystallize to get this, all right? So this is successfully once again done with the pilot scale, and the lab scale studies extensively has been done by the team. And production of the in-house novel knowledge through the filing and grant of IP, which has also been done. So the way forward, the in-house R&D in progress for technical and the technology assessment for effective recovery of nickel compounds. Yeah, again, on overall, if you see, focusing on the e-scrap material recycling and the recovery of valuable minerals from the copper concentrate, the R&D work is ongoing, along with the collaboration both with the CMET for the piloting plant and also with the IIT Hyderabad and various schemes productions. So this is done along with the Hindalco Innovation Center, Copper, the H, and Pakhajan plant, which is a e-scrap recycle plant, and the R&D team present there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Shri Mohammad Sadiq, Director, Ministry of Mines, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Kumarisan. Thank you, sir. For the next presentation, I invite Dr. Shivakumar Angadi, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR IIMT.
Yeah, good morning, all of you. Myself is Dr. Shivakumar Angadi. I am working as a senior principal scientist at CSIR IMMT. I am the project leader for this activity. And in fact, actually, this is one of the finest project in recent time what the institute is executing, and I am privileged to lead this activity from IMMT's side. Of course, I think all of you are aware of the fact that the platinum, it is mostly produced from the South African continent. Almost about 65% of the production of platinum, it comes from South Africa. And subsequently, Russia is contributing something like about 22%, followed by Zimbabwe, Canada, USA, and others is 2%. Of course, India is not a platinum producing country, and we are going to enter into this. And if you see, the production of platinum and palladium, in case 1 ton of PG is recovered that mostly consists of platinum and palladium. Almost about 40 to 45% is platinum, and palladium is also equally contributed. Rhodium, ruthenium, iridium, and osmium, even though they occur together, but the concentration is bit less. If you see the industry demand all over the world, mostly 60 to 65% of the PG is used in automotive catalytic converter category, followed by jewelry, and of course in the industrial applications also very small quantity of the PGs are used. In electronics investment, as it is shown in the right side of the slide. And on the left side, right now we import almost all platinum and related metals from abroad. We consume 70 to 75% in the automotive catalytic converter, and in jewelry it follows the world trend, and in other sectors also we follow it. However, with the introduction of EV, the scenario it may change. Well, if you see the distribution of the platinum or PG ores all over India, Odisha, it contributes something like about 90% of the chromite. And this PGE is associated with chromite ore, and very small quantity of the metal or the ore is available in Karnataka, and something like it is estimated about 20 tons of PG metal occurrence. And these are some of the auctioned blocks in India, and we are right now working with Deccan Gold also for the recovery of this platinum and nickel and the cobalt. Well, in fact, actually, this is a story of the platinum, what IMMT started with. It is sponsored by Odisha Mining Corporation. The PG occurrence in the deposit was identified by GSI. Subsequently, they recommended a beneficiation studies are required to establish whether we can able to utilize the PG in the country or no. And Odisha Mining Corporation, they have sponsored a small project during 2016 for the characterization and pre-concentration studies. During these investigations, IMMT has established the association of PG along with chromite ore. We wanted to establish whether the PG is occurring along with the chromite or any other, say, rock types or minerals. We established that, of course, very small quantity of PG is occurring along with chromite, but most of it is occurring in the boundary between the country rock and the chromite. The feed was having something like about 3.8 ppm, and by doing the pre-concentration or the beneficiation, we enriched it up to 180 ppm. And when we started looking at, the concentrate is matching with the quality of the South African concentrators. Almost in South Africa, most of the concentrators, they have the grades above 100 ppm. And we have something like 180. Of course, recovery values were a bit low. Almost it is, say, in the year 2016, we have done some experiments on that. Based on that, again, we approached OMC. It requires to do a pilot scale experiments to establish the recovery values. And OMC has sponsored in the year 2023 for the pilot scale work almost about 1 to 2 tons per hour beneficiation facility to set up. And subsequently, the beneficiation concentrate would be subjected to smelting and refining studies. And right now, we are entering into phase 2 activity. This is what the agreement signed between OMC and CSIR IMMT to develop the recovery and extraction technology for the platinum group of minerals. And subsequently, CSIR team has visited the Bangur mines of Odisha Mining Corporation for the sample collection and see the geological occurrence of the material. We have collected almost tons of sample, and if you see after mining, OMC is recovering the chromite values, and whatever left out, they call it as a gabbro or appreciated material. They were dumped it at some place, and these dumps are having high PG values. High PG in the sense something varying between 2.8 to 3.6, 3.8. And when we undergo the mining, underground mine, we have seen the chromite association with the gabbro. And they call it as of course, in geological terms, Bangur gabbro. It has its own importance. And of course, many literature you will find comparison between the kind of ore what we have it in India and in South African continent. Well, these are some of the presence of serpentine as a vein within the chromiferous ultramafics. And of course, as I said, it is also associated with the gabbro. And the PG is enriched between the chromite and the gabbro intrusions. Okay. These are some of the kind of samples what we have collected on site. Some of them are high in chromite concentration, and some of them, the chromite is higher than the gabbro. And in the third or fourth category, the gabbro is having higher in concentration than chromite. Various kinds of rock samples we have collected from the field and characterized. It has been realized that, it is mainly consisting of, of course, silicate matrix, and some of them are having high in concentration of chromium. And of course, actually, this is what, along with sulfide minerals, it is occurring, and you will find the cobalt and copper and nickel also associated with this ore, and which can act as a byproduct during the processing. These are some of the characterization studies where the chromite concentration is high. This is what it was appearing. You can see the fine inclusions of sulfide within the laserite matrix, and here are rich in sulfides. Of course, actually the PG is occurring in some of sulfides also. This is the sulfide veins within the matrix of the chromite grain. And ultimately the beneficiation studies we have conducted, and feed was having something like about 3.8 ppm, where the concentration of platinum and palladium are higher in the feed. By following an advanced gravity concentration and flotation, we could able to enrich the PG values to about 180 ppm. And of course, this is what the chemical analysis of the product. Subsequently, the beneficiation concentrate Yeah, this is what we have characterized, and spherulite, sudborite, and some of these PZ elements are recovered in the concentrate. Ultimately, we right now we have put up the pilot plant at IMMT, and this is what the comminution section having crushers and ball mill. It started in operation, and yeah, the flotation column and furnaces are getting installed, and yeah, this is what in operation. Okay, so. And we started, we have already generated the beneficiation concentrate. That further we subjected to smelting studies. Laboratory scale smelting studies we have done. Initially, we mixed it with some fluxes, and after smelting, what you can see it in the second photograph, and the smelted product, you can see the alloy is being formed, and that alloy is, say, having the PZ values of something like about 1000 ppm, and recovery from almost about 99% recovery we could able to observe in this small scale work, and now we are doing a pilot scale work on this. In conclusion, this PZ mineralization, it is hosted in Gabbro and resetted zone of Bangur chromite mines, and the PZ values are of course occurring in very fine size. It is very, very difficult to do the beneficiation. Without advanced gravity and the flotation techniques, we will not be able to enrich these PZ values. And the key PZ minerals are spherulite, sudborite, and of course, we have identified something like about 25, 26 different varieties of PZ minerals. And yeah, the chromite along with copper and nickel, it can be, say, recovered as a byproduct of the process, and developed beneficiation flow sheet, it produces marketable concentrate, and this concentrate, it can be marketed even. Smelting and refining studies are underway. Pilot scale technology demonstration, it is expected within a year for the entire activity. So, in fact, this is what the pilot plant we have already built in, and I would like to invite all of you to IMMT to witness. This is the first of its kind in the country. Yeah, thank you very much for your kind patience.
Thank you for this presentation, sir. I now invite Ms. Tanvi Gupta, Senior Geologist, Ministry of Mines, to present the memento to sir. I would like to thank all the speakers for their presentations and valuable insights. We will now break for tea and coffee, which is being served outside, and we'll reconvene here in 15 minutes for the next session. Thank you so much. request everyone to settle down. We'll start with the session. So the next session is a panel discussion where we'll have industry experts deliberating on strengthening the critical mineral recycling ecosystem in India. And to moderate the panel, I invite Mr. Saurabh Gupta, partner at KPMG, on the stage, please. And joining him on the panel will be Dr. Abhinav Mathur from Atero. Do we have Dr. Mathur in the room? Yeah. Mr. Bhuvan Purohit from Rubimin. Mr. Pratyush Sinha from MRAI. Mr. Kumaresan T from Hindalco. And Mr. Rishabh Jain from CW. And with this, I hand over the stage to Saurabh for setting the context and the panel discussions.
Good morning, everyone, and I welcome you to this panel on strengthening the critical mineral recycling ecosystem in India. As discussed in the previous sessions, India's demand for critical minerals is rising rapidly, primarily driven by clean energy, electric mobility, defense, digital technologies. Minerals such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite, rare earths are all now central to not only to India's energy security, but also to industrial growth and strategic autonomy. At the same time, what we know is that India remains import dependent for several of these minerals, which creates exposure to supply chain disruptions, price volatility, and geopolitical uncertainty. We know that government has responded very strongly with a strong policy. Secretary Sir in the morning discussed about the achievements and the progress being made under the National Critical Mineral Mission. Within this, there is a scheme for 1,500 crores on critical mineral recycling incentive scheme, creating the recycling ecosystem for the minerals in the country. But the question is, why does recycling sit at the heart of this conversation? It is primarily because this is the most practical near-term mechanism to strengthen the critical mineral supply in the country, while primary mining and processing capacity will remain critical. But I think recycling is not only environmentally beneficial, but it can also increase the supply very efficiently. However, scaling the recycling ecosystem is not only about the scale and adding capacity. It is also about coordinating, bringing all the stakeholders together, and discussion on reliable feedstock, collection systems, technologies that can deliver high yield, and also strong offtake from the industry. So this will be the theme of the discussion in today's panel. And we have a very excellent panel, a very distinguished panel which is there, representing the entire ecosystem of recycling in the country. We have Mr. Pratyush Sinha, Advisor, Material Recycling Association of India. He would be bringing the industry perspective on the recycling ecosystem. We have Dr. Abhinav Mathur, Head Strategic Initiatives at Atero Recycling, bringing the complete recycling ecosystem from the operation perspective. We have Mr. Kumaresan, Head Hindalco Innovation Center, bringing the metals innovation perspective. We have Mr. Bhuvan Purohit, Executive Director, Rubimin, bringing the commercial experience across multi-metal recovery and not focusing on a single metal recovery and the complexity around it. We have Rishabh Jain, Fellows, Council for Energy, Environment and Water, who's he represents the leading policy think tanks advising various policy designs and reforms across metals, mining, and renewable energy sector. So our conversation today will move into two parts. First, in the first round, we will understand where India's recycling ecosystem stands. And in the second part, we will focus on what are the enablers which are needed to scale. So I'll start my conversation with Mr. Pratyush Sinha and first try to understand from an ecosystem readiness perspective, from a technology and R&D perspective, where do you see India's critical mineral recycling industry stands today? What is genuinely working? And where are the most visible gaps that you see?
Thank you, Saurabh, for the question. So I think we can break this down into two things. When you talk about recycling, there's two sides to it. One is feedstock and the other is the output metals that you're making. In terms of our readiness with respect to technology, there are different kinds of feedstock that we can take in, and there are some feedstock that we need to get better to recycle. So when you talk about, say, lithium-ion batteries, there is a very large industry and large number of people who have come into it. There are capacities that are being set and they're being set out. Then you look at, for example, e-waste. Within e-waste, if you look at it, there's a lot of historical capacity. There's a lot of capacity on dismantling. Historically, the extended producer responsibility on e-waste was around copper, aluminium, iron, and gold. So critical minerals are essentially not part of that EPR. So there was not a lot of historical capacity to extract critical minerals from the e-waste. That is being set up now. There is some capacity, but that's being set up. It requires a lot of scale up there. And then you have things like catalytic converters from your internal combustion engine vehicles, where there's very little capacity. There's a lot of material that comes our way, but most of it gets exported mostly to Europe for further refining. And then you have things like magnets, which could come from electronics, but also from biomedical devices and other kinds of equipments which don't have any capacity. So there are different kinds of feedstock. Even beyond this, there are other kinds of waste streams. You have capacitors, you have catalysts that come from different industries where there's limited capacity in some cases, but not a lot of capacity, and that needs to be enhanced. On the output side, if you look at the metals or minerals that you get out of them, so lithium, nickel, cobalt, of course, we don't have enough capacity to meet the demand, but there is some capacity that is coming up that can meet the input feedstock. On the e-waste side, you have, I talked about the four metals, but there are then more, I would say, bespoke metals like, say, gallium, germanium, selenium, tellurium, where we don't have capacity, or where we do have capacity, but we can't get to high levels of purities. And that is where a lot of R&D work is being done right now, and you saw a lot of that in the last session. I mean, this is broadly the overlay. I would leave it to my other panelists to add to it.
Thanks, Pratyush. So from the ecosystem view, let me move down to the specific minerals perspective. And I would like to ask Dr. Abhinav Mathur on his experience and how, how do you see how technology ready India is to recover critical minerals at the required purity, yield, and scale that the markets now demand, and particularly my reference is towards lithium and gallium. And so from an Atero perspective, where are you focused today on that?
So, to some extent, I agree to what Pratyush is saying, that, the focus of the industry till now had been largely around these four metals, and it is increasing. But having said that, there are always different kinds of players in the ecosystem. So e-waste recyclers, there will be close to 400. Out of those 400, majority of the recyclers have focused on the business which is coming their way through the EPR, which is largely a compliance business. So majority are just focused on iron, copper, aluminium, and gold. And gold is also a very, very minimal part of it. There are players, like Atero, like Loham, and others, which have tried to make investments into making or extracting more critical minerals. Ruberman also has done a lot of work in this space. Not in e-waste as much, maybe as more in lithium-ion batteries. Now, when we talk about Attero specifically, we have been always focused trying to get more innovation done, trying to ensure more metals are extracted. So happy to report that as Attero, we are able to extract more than 22 plus elements of the periodic table from the various waste streams that we get, and every waste stream that Pratyush has mentioned is something that we have the capacity to extract. We have not scaled everything because there is of course an offtake issue. There is an issue with regards to how mature is the manufacturing industry to actually take this up. We are at this point in time doing lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese, titanium, etc. at commercial scale. Similarly, in the case of e-waste, we are doing gold, platinum group materials. We are doing copper, aluminum, etc. Again at commercial scales. We have the capacity to do neodymium, praseodymium, cerium, lanthanum, and terbium as well, including dysprosium. And this is the metals which we have actually tested. The IARL, we have given these samples to IARL, we have given it these samples to third party, and they have been able to sort of share the results that the materials that we have is at the highest purity and at the highest yields. One more parameter which I think when we are looking at as an industry that we should be focused on is we should be focused on what is the environmental impact that is being sort of had when you are extracting these elements. So the industry is maturing as we speak. The NCMM will play a very, very important role in trying to ensure that there is greater capacity to extract more materials. The good news is that the technology is there. There has been investments made by certain players and they are extracting these materials. Additionally, the NCMM has also contributed to making of the Center of Excellences, and maybe in a year or so, there will be wider availability of technology which can extract these materials. That's where I would like to stop at this point in time. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. So I would like to move to Mr. Kumarasaran. And sir, as we know, Hindalco runs the world's largest aluminium recycling business. And we have also seen from the media reports that Hindalco is investing more than 2,000 crores. A big plant facility is being coming on first integrated copper and e-waste recycling facility. So from a mature recycling industry, I mean, what it looks like at a scale, and what is your strategic rationale now for setting up this large plant?
Thank you. That's a good question. So if you see Hindalco, in 2007 we acquired Novelis. It's an inorganic growth, but however, it's very, very important from the sustainability point of view. And today we stand tall saying that we are the largest recycling plant. So that's where, at that point of time, nobody would have thought about the recycling. I mean, we were thinking always, but I feel that we were not that serious. But the things are changing and it is important. And again, if you see the Gen Z, the future of this world, they all talk about this green technology, sustainability, and they're responsible and they like this, and this is how we should operate. And it's when you're talking about why in copper, again, in the similar line, we are also thinking on the copper, and we feel that is going to be one of the successful story, just like the aluminium. So we are always saying that it is a secondary source of materials, but I feel strongly it's no more a secondary source. I think this is also a primary source in future. And that's very important. This is how we have to critically think. We can't keep on, spending the materials naturally, the virgin material from earth. It cannot. The earth cannot sustain. And also, as I always say, the Gen Zs, they will not tolerate. And we are having equal responsibility to have, and we have to give a good earth to our future generation also. So with this thought process in mind, Hindalco as a company, we always think about the sustainability and the green technologies, and accordingly we thought of having this recycling technologies, where we have already proven the aluminium as one of the, the business which we have invested, and it is successful story as a Novelis. And today we have started the same thing with copper. This is located in Pakhajan, a plant at Gujarat. So where we are planning to produce about 50,000 tons of this recycled material. So the main focus for us there, it will be a copper, but however, beyond copper, we will be getting some amount of gold and silver and some of the other valuable materials. And the lead nickel alloy is also one of the sources which we are going to get. So, so this is extremely, extremely important, and having given a thought, it's important that we have started the business, and it is what I can say. This is important for others to think in this line also. It's extremely important at this point of time, talking about the sustainable environment and ecosystem.
Thank you. From a mature single metal model, I think let me move to a very different operating reality. Many critical minerals are recovered together. And for this, I would like to bring in Mr. Bhuvan Purohit-ji. Rubamin's Halol facility is positioned as a zero waste complex. It recovers lithium, cobalt, nickel, vanadium, and other metals from end-of-life batteries and refinery spent catalysts. So how is the facility progressing, number one? And what does the multi-metal experience tell us about the real complexity of recovering critical minerals from diversified waste streams?
Thank you. Rubamin is a 40-year-old recycling company. We have about 3 decades of experience in hydrometallurgy. What we do is, quite honestly, this is a recycler perspective. We don't care where the waste is coming from. Is it spent catalyst, or is it battery, or is it a slurry, or is it an output from an industry? For me, all of them are same once they go into the acid. It doesn't matter. So therefore, Rubamin recovers molybdenum, tungsten, vanadium, nickel, cobalt, lithium, zinc, graphite, and now aluminum and copper because of shredding. But quite honestly, all of them are coming out from the same process, which is hydrometallurgy. And they are fungible. So what we have is a Swiss knife kind of facility which can cater to multiple metals. Though we have demarcated them for the need of the customers and sometimes need of suppliers, sometimes need of government, but actually it can work as an orchestra. So that is a very, very big point in recycling. How are we progressing? We buy almost 95% of India's spent catalyst, which is 20% of our feed. We buy 60% of America's spent catalyst, and it all gets extracted in India. Fortunately, now we have reached a level of orchestration where I can proudly say that there is no other facility in the world which can achieve at cost and yields what Rubamin does today. And that is why we are able to buy against all countries from everywhere in the world. And it makes our hydrometallurgy recycling very, very unique. And if people compare, most of the time we use the word outside of China, but I can guarantee you that this model of spent catalyst is the finest in the world, including China. There is no other comparison. And soon it will become a single place for recycling of catalyst. The same technology has been extended to batteries, and we have put in a battery investment. In the last 3 years, we have put in close to 1,300 crores, and another 1,000 crores are going in the next 2 to 3 years. So it'll make 100 acres to 150 acres complete recycling complex for critical metals. You asked me the final question that what is it that it takes to extract all these metals. Number one, a team of experienced chemists who have dealt with hydrometallurgy, because flexibility of operations is one of the key challenges of recycling, because no batch or bag is same. I think that's the only one point which differentiates a recycler from all the hydrometallurgy practitioners in the world, that the material keeps changing from every bag to bag and every batch to batch. And second is that you need to have an R&D system which is very closely linked to your production, because when the batches change, you need to have a quick input as to how to deal with it, how to change the pH, how much time, what concentration of acid, whether you need to change the stream. I think it's a competence which comes with time and experience. So that's second. And third, of course, that once you have the flexibility and once you have the recycling takes a considerable amount of setup time, because every time a change occurs in the raw material, you have to change some 50 or 60 points of control. And that's where we have moved our recycling now to Industry 4.0, which also takes us away from the risk of people leaving and knowledge going out. So we have an Industry 4.0 system wherein AI and ML assist us. All our input-output points are electronic, they are digitally controlled, and therefore the plant can be controlled digitally. And once you introduce a new material, the plant parameters set up on the basis of the last 20 years of data that we are consistently feeding to the cloud. So I think that's the next step in recycling, where no matter how much is the variation coming in the material, your plant can quickly set up along with the R&D working alongside it. So that's what takes, yeah.
Thank you. This is very interesting. And with this, I would like to broaden the discussion and bring in the policy view as well now. So, Mr. Rishabh Jain, I think CEW is one of the key policy think tanks in the country. And we have heard, the initiative is being taken by the center in terms of NCMM and the other progress which is being made. But for urban mining to truly scale, what role, you envisage for state governments, local authorities that needs to be played along with the center? And what other policy enablers does India need to, upscale this and harness the potential?
Thanks, Saurabh. So on the state, maybe I'll just quickly, even without the policies itself at the national level, or maybe it's so much focus, there are many companies that have already existed. We just heard Ruvamin being already recycling for a couple of decades. A lot of this, I would say, may have been because of the way a state government would have necessarily played a very important role in supporting them. Of course, different state governments support their industrial parks or maybe the industries in different way. But at least for manufacturing and including recycling, I think the state pollution control boards are one of the most important, right? Because there are certain timelines that are associated from getting the approvals to set it up to ensuring the verification, whatever that paperwork happens for a facility to go live. And I've heard in few cases this may go on for years, and maybe others can correct me. That is one. So what is the capacity specifically at the pollution control boards? How easily are they able to verify? Secondly, many of these recycling facilities in the past have come up because of the EPRs itself, right? But we have also seen in the past, not necessarily in this sector, but in the other sectors, specifically in the plastics, a lot of the fake EPRs are generated. I think a couple of months ago, there were these news where we unearthed few companies producing EPR certificates way than what their allocated, capacity was. What is that verification process itself? So again, that is a capacity of the state itself that can become very important. At the same time, there are these, many of these facilities require a lot of the energy infrastructure, movement infrastructure, and I've heard many of these discussions say, for instance, if a material is categorized as hazardous, or if a material is categorized in a certain way, the paperwork to move that material from one place to another, maybe over trucks, etc., in different vehicles, just increases. So if within a state, some of those capabilities are developed enough, it just becomes easy. So these are more of ease of doing business and the implementation. However, on the policy front, I think that is where a lot of work has been done in the last couple of years. Of course, a lot more needs to happen, given where we are and its role in India's energy security, supply chain resilience, etc. I'll talk about three things I think that is most important: cost, technology, and the market. All of three need to work with each other. Cost, with EPR, of course, some of these become slightly economical. But say, for instance, in batteries, of course, it is better. But in, say, in solar modules, you can only recover EPR for a couple of minerals and materials, not necessarily for everything. So how do you expand that scope, given the technology is changing, so that it becomes more economical for companies to start recovering minerals and maybe make money out of that? If that is not possible, maybe what is the role of advanced recycling fee? What is the role that the government can play in VGF, etc., so that it just makes economic sense for people to recycle? Otherwise, they'll always go to technologies and recycle those minerals where it is easier to sell them in the market, in the commodity market, and make money. Second is this technology, right? Of course, we've heard there are many companies that already are able to recover minerals with high purity, but given the scale that exists, there's a lot more technological development, specifically when there are complex batteries that are being manufactured, technologies that we may not necessarily be aware, materials that go into many of these technologies, battery, including some of the adhesives, etc. How can you develop those processes so that your recovery is better and the waste generation is also low? And within this, I would also say the importance of design for circularity becomes an important critical aspect. Third, I would say, is the market. And I think Abhinav just mentioned about the offtake. I mean, you can recycle, but for whom, right? Do you necessarily want to export it outside, but then what is the benefit of setting up all the facility in India? Slowly, we have to see that how does this add in tandem to India's other infrastructure or maybe other manufacturing facilities, either in the clean energy space or maybe other sectors, where these minerals that are recovered either in less purity, high purity, can be absorbed. That is, I think, without that loop closing, the question will always be that what do we do with these minerals? And if parallelly we do an export ban, then it just becomes unviable for many of the companies to start recovering. And I'll just stop with the final point saying, in the long term, when many of these facilities are set up, we also have to be clear the role of changing technologies. I mean, there's a certain share between LMC and LFP batteries. There's a certain share of HJT, TOPCon, and different kinds of solar modules. If all of those change, and all of these are changing very fast, the technology cycle, I mean, it's changing maybe every couple of years. The recycling facilities have to also adopt to that changing cycle itself, because otherwise you may have developed a technology for a particular kind of battery which is made in a certain way, or a solar module made in a certain way, including wind turbines, etc. But then maybe that turbine does not even exist anymore. So how do you constantly upskill yourself, build that technology? Of course, the role of COE becomes very, very important. That's another element that has to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thanks, Rishabh, and I take that cue on scale and viability from the points that you mentioned, and that's my next question to Dr. Abhinav Mathur. How important, sir, you think like enabling mechanisms like recycling incentive scheme plays in unlocking investment at scale? And also I know that, I mean, you have been an active carbon market player, and with the carbon markets evolving globally, and we also have our India's own CCTS mechanism coming in, do you think it can enhance the commercial viability or can act as an additional revenue for the recycling facilities?
So yeah, scale is extremely important. If I were to view it from the strategic lens, now let's look at it. India today, as per a Niti Aayog report, produces close to 6 million tons of electronic waste. Now, when you look at the capacities, actual formal capacities which are there, it will be less than, I believe, 10% or even lower if you were to view it, in a very, very granular level. So there's a huge gap in the kind of capacities which are required to be built over the next few years. Having said that, there is a growth which is coming in this particular sector, and this is going to become close to what 6 million is there today, is going to touch close to 12 million tons when it comes to 2030 and similar time frames. And the current growth in terms of formal recycling capacity is lower than the growth of actual absolute numbers in e-waste. Now that's a very alarming figure, and so therefore the government has to be cognizant that there needs to be a proper view taken as to how do you actually create impetus in the investments that have to come into this particular sector. There are multiple mechanisms that have been built in. I think they are very, very welcome. But having said that, even they are not enough for the kind of capacities which are required for India to really recycle at a significant percentage of their e-waste which is getting generated in a formal manner. And it's important because otherwise the social and the environmental harm that is coming our way because of the unscientific recycling is extremely bad. And not only that, of course, the critical minerals which are required by the country in various strategic sectors will not remain available for the manufacturing industry. That is one of the ambitions that Atmanirbhar Bharat is actually carrying. So that's one part. The other part which you basically asked about carbon markets, while carbon markets are getting evolved globally and in India as well, I think one of the requirements which is there is to have a very formal, sort of, and a very clearly transparent, supply chain for the e-waste and the materials that have to be sort of extracted from there, so that the right, the right value can be given to these recycled materials. That is not happening as fast as it should happen in India. The collection mechanism, the aggregation mechanism, a significant amount of recycling is happening in the informal sector. And till that time that happens, probably the carbon markets will not, function properly. So there has to be a significant focus given so that the coming together of informal and formal is accelerated. Some of the mechanisms are around GST. If the GST reduction could take place, there could be a VGF, which could be provided for the formal sector to actually start collections on their own. There are multiple such mechanisms which will have to be built in so that capacities come in. And recently there have been, of course, regulatory changes and certain litigations also which have come about, because of which the investor confidence in this particular sector has lowered, and the amount of investments which would have ordinarily come have not come. And the investor is looking at this sector as something which is very, very regulatory dependent, and it will be. But regulation have to be consistent, have to be directionally supporting the formal sector. Once that happens, you will see a lot of investments coming into the country. I think the opportunity is there, but it has to be translated through regulation, through policy, through implementation and audit mechanisms which will have to be put in, so that the investor community can see that very, very clearly.
Thank you. Let me move on to my second question in this round on the EPR. I think we have discussed EPR in the first round, and I think EPR sits at the heart of credible recycling ecosystem as it shapes feedstock, and we are also discussing about the formal ecosystem for recycling. So my question to Mr. Bhuvan Purohitji is, what will it take to strengthen EPR implementation in India? Is it good, bad, needs to be strengthened? What are your views on that?
So, one way to incentivize, or rather, incentive is the wrong word. A recycler gives two products to the economy. One gives the material which is required to produce goods, and B, a recycler solves the social problem of waste. So while the product gets compensated, the social element never gets compensated. And that social element compensation is what has been absent, and therefore it's the same thing like being in sustainability, The smaller businesses don't want to spend on sustainability because they don't see any incoming gain in the form of revenue. And that's exactly what EPR does, that it allows the recycler a credit for what he's doing. But unfortunately, it did not work for us. So while it takes 3,000 rupees to recycle lithium, and the EPR was set at 2,200, the first certificate got sold for below the minimum price set by the government. So what it really means is that the physical markets are disconnected from the paper markets. And how you can control it is that I must first, before I make a suggestion, compliment MOEF and CPCB and Ministry of Mines. Three people. MOEF for being ahead of its time to control India under a single platform of EPR, coupled with battery waste management, coupled with hazardous waste management, and the complete legal framework along with traceability. CPCB for actually fighting against odds and trying to deliver that system, which is unlike any other in any other country. None of the countries are able to control the way we have put up our system. And Ministry of Mines, because they have, alongside Ministry of IT and alongside state government, the focus on critical minerals and the kind of schemes that they have developed in the past, which has started investment into recycling in a big way. But the suggestion for EPR is everything falls flat because this business stands on statutes if the controls are weaker than they were envisaged. One single answer to that is HS code and clear description. If we are 3 recyclers recycling a battery, then what comes out of shredding of battery is a black mass. All 3 should use the term black mass, and it should be controlled by the same HS code. It should be available on our invoices. It should be available on our exports. It cannot be that I call black mass something else and somebody else calls something else. Can we have that parity established in the country? Just like you do it for advanced licenses, that when I'm supposed to import something against export, the nomenclatures have to match and the HS code have to match. So that's one. I think that auditing is actually exercise which happens later. First, if you have at state level, at recycler level, there is parity, auditing will be through the system and very easy. Otherwise, you'll have to go and check each and every document. But one thing which I would end this by saying, we are fortunate people that the time recycler is being recognized way ahead of the time when the waste has started coming in a big way. But I am a recycler, and I would say thanks to Government of India for giving all those incentives by state government and the center government, but no more please. We have had enough. I think the time has come to repay back to the government what they have paid to the recyclers and give the metal content in what we are generating rather than seeking more inputs. And it's time for the government to actually make the consumer aware that recycling is being promoted. They have come up. Please send your material to organized recyclers. Spend on that area. Reduce the GST, which was told by my friend here. And start stockpiling, if possible, till the time the gap exists between usage. I want to sell my lithium in India. I have people here who are putting up CAM facilities. I can't sell to you because we are waiting for you to start your CAM facilities. Till then, the OEM is telling me to export to his partner in China or his partner in Europe. I'm doing it today. I can tell you that our capacities are, for example, we are into molybdenum for 5-7 years now. India's requirement for molybdenum can be met 25% by Rubamin today, in this year. Cobalt, we can meet 18% of India's requirement. By 2030, we will have to invest more to meet the upcoming demand. The question is, till then, are you allowing me raw material? Because my factory is running below capacity because I don't have raw material. Why is that not there? Because most is getting exported. And what I want to import, please ease the imports. Ease the imports, because I have to take 3 permissions. MOEFCC, permission to import battery black mass or battery waste. Then I have to take DPIIT permission. Then I have to take DGFT license. It takes 4 to 6 months to arrange all of it. And by the time my contracts get over, they sell it to somebody else. These are critical mineral resources which people are willing to sell to us. But that needs to be eased. And finally, a very, very strict audit procedure. I think government has to now start controlling through the system which they have built up, and we will have all the metals that we need. Because one thing I can tell you, the technology exists, the investments are happening because of government support, and now we have to deliver the metals. That's what is needed.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting aspects that you have raised. I have few more questions, but I would like to open the discussion to the audience. So if anyone wants to ask questions to the panelists, we can take, few questions only. So yeah, to the gentleman at my right. Request you, sir, if you can introduce yourself in 10 seconds and then ask the question.
Hi, I'm Anshuman from Telco Partners. We are a high technology consulting and sort of organization, and we help organizations to source unique technologies that are usually not available. Our primary areas is in defense tech, but we are now expanding into allied areas. I just had a very small observation from one of the panelists, which I think was very important. The HSN codes and standardization of, let's say, materials and objects, etc., is something that can be easily controlled through the Ministry of Finance by issuing a circular to people like Tally, SAP, etc., whichever ERPs are available in the market, that these are the standardized materials and these are the codes so that they show up in the accounting software. That's just a very workable suggestion I had.
Thank you for the comment. Anyone else? Yes, can we have the mic at the back?
Hi everyone, this is Amit Prakash Singh from Tata Steel. We are doing a pilot project on the recycling from e-waste. So I have just two simple questions. One thing related to the GST. Like the recycling business is mostly informal, 70 to 80% from the informal sector aggregation is done. So we are perceiving that the problem of GST will arrive because of the input tax credit problems. Second point is that if we see the material critical mineral recycling from e-waste, it will have a low environmental hazards, low environmental footprint than the primary recycling. So since it will reduce less emissions of carbon, maybe some carbon incentive schemes or green credits might be also introduced to incentivize this recycling.
I'll take the GST question first. So that's a very relevant question. And it's again a matter of incentives of all the players in the ecosystem. The Kabadiwala network in India has been around for almost 100, 200 years. So it's not going to go away. And I think as my colleague said, the biggest problem in the country is collection. So what exactly is happening? When your informal aggregator or collector goes to your doorstep and collects the material, the person is not very compliant with health and safety regulations. If you go to some places in Delhi, in the outskirts of Delhi, you will find small children dismantling phones and other kinds of electronics, which in a very hazardous condition. So that's something that is a cost for a formal recycler. And the second thing is around GST compliance itself, where a lot of times there is sort of evasion or non-compliance with GST norms. Now, what happens because of this is if there's a formal recycler or even a formal collector, and then there is the Kabadiwala market, because their costs of collection are lower and they don't have to comply with a lot of things, they are able to collect the material in a much more, I would say, easier manner or lower cost manner. The ease of collection for them is more, which makes them more competitive when it comes to selling the material to someone who is, say, a formal player in the ecosystem, most likely an aggregator. So if you have someone who collects at 100 rupees and someone who collects at 80, and one person doesn't have to pay GST, and the aggregator doesn't know what is happening. He or she just looks at the price, and again, it eventually boils down to the price. So now the incentives of the people is not aligned. Long term, the only solution to this is, and again, what has happened because of this is there has been e-waste recycling rules for the last 15, 20 years. We have had e-waste recycling rules. We have had battery recycling rules for a while. But because of these non-compliances and because of the strong hold of the informal sector, there's been no incentive for larger players to invest in and build capacity to collect. It's not rocket science to collect. There are other countries that collect material. But there's been no incentive to collect because you'll never be competitive with someone who is collecting at a much lower cost, even at a larger social and environmental cost. So that parity needs to be brought in somehow. It need not be exact parity. It could, even if the GST rate is reduced and brought to from say 18% to 5%. And if you look at it theoretically, GST is a tax on value addition. When you're selling scrap, there's no value addition. You're in fact losing value. But that's a different negotiation that we can have. It's a social contract between the government and the industry. But even if GST rate is brought from 18% to 5%, it will make a lot of the formal players in the ecosystem, whether those are aggregators, collectors, or recyclers, more competitive. So that is something that is the need of the hour. The other is we can't just leave the informal sector to fend for itself, because if you do this, there is a very large sort of employment that is generated. So it has to be done in a manner where you can maybe create a system for micro entrepreneurs, small scale entrepreneurs in a decentralized manner, because ultimately it is a source of livelihood, even if we don't like it. So that sort of threading the needle has to be done. Of course, not an easy task, but that's where the role of the policymakers comes in. The second question was around, I believe,
on the on kind of certificates, I think, which I think Atero covered in its
Okay.
speech on the carbon. So similar kind of
Sure.
mechanism they talked about. So I think given the paucity of time, let me move on to my last question. And since we are running out of time, sir, if we have to name one single intervention which is required by government, industry, finance, anything it could be, that can accelerate India's recycling capacity over the next 3 years, what it would be. And I would like to add my bit that what I would like to say is clear demand side signals in form of recycled content mandates. So there is an offtake of the recycled material, and obviously we need it linked to the EPR, the discussions that we had in the panel today. So I pass it on to each of the speaker, and sir, 30 seconds, if you can just name one.
Okay, in 30 seconds, one. Okay. So the first one I would say, and the most important one is, we have established that we don't want black mass to go out of this country from batteries. My only request and the only thing which can save the entire recycling is please don't let it go out. So that's, if we can do that one little thing, it will just change whatever material we have in this country will be available for us to recycle, and we will not have to import by paying this thing. And I'll leave all the other points to others because you said just one. But one thing which does come to mind, because I have been talking about it in the last few weeks, that there should be no incentive on collection because it is positive, because I'm the one who's buying the waste and I'm buying it at 10 times the price of collection. So if a battery gets collected from home at 30 rupees, I pay 350 rupees per kg for the same battery. I want to get into collection and it doesn't need to be incentivized. There is enough incentive in the market.
So essentially, I think, two things again. Contrary to what Bhuvan is saying, collection remains an issue, essentially because, once it goes into the informal sector, and he's right that there is money which is made by the, sort of informal sector in the collection process. But if you have to compete with the informal sector and set up a collection mechanism, then there have to be significant investments made till the time it comes to a significant scale that it starts to matter, that collection itself starts to matter. So there has to be a not a sort of incentive, but a viability gap funding for a brief period of time, so that the scale can be reached and profitability can be attained. The kind of profitability that Bhuvan is saying is of course not there, but still some profitability will be attained. That's one. And the second is, I think, the point which Bhuvan made, and I'm sort of saying that again, is that the environmental and the social cost that a recycler delivers has to be paid to the recycler. I think that is a huge gap which is not happening. If that sort of starts to get paid to the recyclers, you will see this industry really growing significantly and starting to meet the expectations that India has.
Yeah. So myself, from R&D perspective, so what I would try to say, I was talking about the mindset of Gen Zs and emphasizing the importance of the recyclability. That's what the topic is and we are talking about. But beyond that, we are talking about the green process or sustainability. What I'm thinking is there is a positivity in the business also. For example, the aluminium, when you're trying to recycle, it just consumes only 5 to 6% of the actual original cost of aluminum manufacturing, if you see, from the raw material. So this is the beautiness. Similarly, in the copper, now again, if you see, considering all the technologies of capturing the organic vapors or whatever it is, still the cost will be only 20%. So looking beyond that, looking as a sustainability or a green processes, the business also has a good, the profit in this. This is what we have established both in aluminum, we initiated in copper now. So this is my point. The challenge, from R&D perspective, you see that can be always done. There are challenges. It's a complex metallurgy and we are working and it will be done, no doubt. But as rightly pointed out, Novelis is one of our company which is in US, and there is a good organized recyclability process, so that we could able to do. But today we have started for copper. I hope this is how we have to look into the process, and that will be a challenging one. And that's where like government or any other process should be supporting us in getting the better recyclability process. Yeah.
Thanks. And of course, most of the most important things are already discussed. I would say I'll focus again on design for circularity. A lot of the discussion is again when the waste is generated and managing that waste. And of course, that's very important. But how do we start thinking about waste from day one when we are designing it? Unfortunately, a lot of this designing does not even happen in India. We are importing the raw materials, these cathodes, anodes, electrolyte, etc. And then, of course, the battery design itself is not, we are not yet there. And same is true for many others, including magnets. But if, as the manufacturing develops in India, if we are able to incorporate those learnings there, because many of these components and the final products are supposed to withstand extreme conditions, temperatures and others, and that is where they are put in with adhesives, etc. That is very difficult to tear them apart, both chemically, physically, etc. But if we are able to being more mindful, we use materials which make it recyclable from day one. It just makes it easier for recycling companies who are into recycling to reduce the environmental hazards, reduce the use of chemicals that may be environmentally harmful, so that things are easy to recover. And we don't, I mean, typically when we talk about batteries, we focus on maybe one of the most critical minerals, lithium, nickel, cobalt, but I'm sure there are many other waste, including plastic that is generated, which is very difficult to recycle, maybe very difficult to recycle. So how do we also increase their recycling? So I'll maybe do that. And this is where I think the role of international collaboration also becomes very important, because this is also a global problem, not just a very India-specific problem.
So I think my co-panelists have covered a lot of points. I'll just make 1.5 points. The half point is a meta point covering a lot of the things that people have said, which is we need formalization. Now, whether that happens through incentive scheme for formal recyclers, whether that happens through in a decentralized way by building capability and formalizing the Kabadiwala network itself, or whether that happens through reduction in GST. There are different levers that can be pulled, but we need formalization in the collection system. That is the number one challenge. There are different levers, and these can be debated ad nauseum, but the government has to take a call. And the second is developing the downstream industry. So there's a saying that demand creates its own supply. And while we are debating setting up capacity and all of that, if there is downstream capacity that comes in, you will guaranteed see investment pouring into this industry. So there is a requirement to have downstream buyers here, as once you have that, you will have a lot of capacity start coming automatically.
Just to add to what Pratyush has said, because Anshu sir is here and he's supported the industry throughout. Sir, even if the government finds it difficult to implement reduction of GST, as Pratyush pointed out, we can even look at a reverse charge mechanism with advance tax, because then the government doesn't lose GST, but it gains GST, which is not coming into its net right now. And it formalizes one step at a time, because anybody, we become the people responsible for GST deduction. So we don't get notices from the GST department for being against the law. And B, the person from whom we deduct, 5% say gets deposited into his account. Now this guy has to file a return to ensure that he gets that money. So naturally the entire chain becomes to formalize immediately the moment you have a RCM with advance deposit. So even if GST is not being favored, reduction is not being favored, and RCM must be done somehow to stop that.
With this, we'll close our panel, and I would like to thank all our panelists for what has been a very practical and grounded discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Saurabh and all the speakers. Please stay on the stage. Before we let you off from the stage, I'll request Preeti to please join us and felicitate all the speakers. Yeah, please. thank you once again to everyone. So our next panel will focus on the policy, regulatory, and investment enablers which are required to scale India's critical mineral value chain. And to moderate this panel, I would invite Mr. Bidyut Chakrabarti, partner at KPMG, to join us at the stage. Do we have Bidyut in the room? Yeah. He's coming. Yeah, so Bidyut is coming. So Bidyut, request if you can join us on the stage, please. We are starting with your panel. And along with Bidyut, I'm pleased to invite our panelists for this discussion. We have Mr. Anupam Jalote from GMDC, Mr. Saurabh Dinda from Hindustan Zinc Limited, Mr. Davinder Sandhu from the World Bank, Mr. Sandeep Hamilton from Critical Minerals Association, Mr. Anjani Maurya from Altmin, and Mr. Rajat Verma from Loham. I'll request all the panelists to join us on the stage. All right, so in the place of Saurabh, we have Ms. Nishta Gupta. So please, yeah, welcome you on the stage. So we have all the panelists. Bidyut, over to you.
So we had a fantastic panel covering urban mining, which is probably the lowest hanging fruit for us in terms of extracting the maximum metals that we need in terms of the critical minerals that we have identified for the country. And how do we energize that particular ecosystem and have more Rubamin, in terms of more ecosystem players in that zone? We have heard a lot in that domain. In this particular panel discussion, so good afternoon, everyone. And in this particular panel discussion, we are going to focus more, a little bit of broad-based, even though the main theme for this, for today's discussion is on the secondary sources. But it is also important to keep in mind that while this recycling and our recovery from waste and tailings are going to serve our purpose mainly for the short to medium term, and of course for the sustainability perspective, it should remain as key source of critical metals in the long term as well. But we shouldn't forget that we need to also energize our primary sources, be it in India or be it whether we can get our mineral assets outside of India. And there has been enormous focus in that domain as well. Okay. So in this panel, we are going to have a focus that how India can bridge the policy, the regulatory, and the technology gaps, and of course financing, so that all of these can work together in cohesion to help us create the right kind of ecosystems, both for primary and secondary sources, so that we can have a sustainable value chain in place for all ecosystem players, so that our critical metals demand can be met without any disruptions. Now, how quickly we can do that, that's the challenge we are going to look at. We have a distinguished panel today with us, represented by mining companies like GMDC and Hindustan Zinc, processing companies, I would like to call them, like Loham and Altmin, policymakers or policy advocacy players like Critical Minerals Association of India and global finance. I'm going to look at Davinder, who representing World Bank from that particular lens. So just to start the discussion, maybe I will start with you, Mr. Jaloti, that you represent GMDC, and GMDC has been making headlines in terms of its very active interest to get into critical minerals, specifically rare earth. You have your assets, and you are trying to make your entry into the downstream value chain. So from that perspective, in terms of creation of that integrated value chain, what is the hardest step in this transition? Okay. Is it technology collaboration that you are trying to bring in from elsewhere? Is it earning the confidence of your shareholders because you are a listed company, that you are jumping into this new area, whether it is feasible business proposition? Or is it more about proving the downstream economics first, before talking about scalability?
Thanks, Vidyut. I think the hardest part was your question. The other bits are manageable. I would like to step back a moment and encourage everybody to think of this as a very integrated system that this country is bringing into existence. Since our topic for the moment is the subset rare earth elements in the critical minerals domain, rare earths by themselves are useful only if they are used in an end product. Supposing we do make, either through the previous panel's circularity or our primary production, we make rare earths, what do we do with them, with the rare earth oxides? Somebody's got to make the metal, somebody's got to make the alloy, somebody's got to make the magnet. And what do you do with the magnet? A magnet per se is useful only when it is put into a device, either an MRI or an electric vehicle motor or a wind turbine generator. So there has to be a motor industry. And what do you do with the motor? You put it into an EV or you put it into a windmill. So when all of those pieces come together, then for the nation, its interests are served. It's not a bits and pieces solutioning that is going to be of any use to anybody. We have the luxury of being a government organization and therefore being able to think big, think like the government. And this is something that struck us and is our biggest challenge. Piecing together the entire ecosystem. Technology, let me say something a little controversial, technology is not the challenge at all. The challenge in technology is that we are playing catch up with a competitor that has 30 years experience in refining that technology, bringing costs down drastically, and maybe being a little flexible on environmental parameters. Today in 2026, we have to meet the highest environmental standards because we are an ethical country. We are working with technology which will iterate itself up in the efficiency journey. Today it is suboptimal. And our whole ecosystem has to mature so that it supports a leaner cost structure. India has done it in so many other, we are the largest exporter of two-wheelers in the world. We are phenomenally big in solar panels. So when we choose to do it, we'll do it. So the challenge in technology perhaps is only limited to improving the technology to the extent that your costs actually come down. How much acid are you using? How much energy are you using? What fine particulate matters are you creating? What are you doing with the end product of your processes? How safely are you storing them? How environmentally sustainable are you? What is the amount of water that you use? These are things that will increase over time. Believe me, GMDC is not worried about that. What we are worried about is what comes beyond the rare earth elements. And therefore, the biggest challenge is trust. Global players have to trust India. Global players have to trust GMDC and the other colleagues who were part of the other panel. all of us are working together to create that same solution, right? It's not anyone's gift to give. So when that trust establishes that, yes, India and its ecosystem can actually deliver, then I think the problem starts resolving itself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing that perspective. I think the trust will get built over a period of time, and I think some good initiatives have already been taken by all ecosystem players, including the ministry in that regard, as we heard from the secretary in the first hub. I will come to you, Nistha, being the representation of another mining company, and so HZL. HZL is in the news for a specific focus from waste to wealth, right? From circularity perspective, that you are trying to extract as much recoverable metal as possible from your waste as well as tailings. So the same question that I asked Mr. Jalote, that in this pilot projects that you have done so far, what has been the key learnings? That what are the key kind of critical success factors to make such projects commercially viable as well as scalable over a period of time?
Hello, thank you for the question. So HZL, yes, is in news for its tailings recycling plant. The proposed plant will be set up in the premise of our Rampura Gucha mines. And over the 10 years, we will be tackling around 100 million ton of tailings. And out of which, over the 10 years, we'll get around 1,000 KT silver, zinc, and around 500 ton of silver from that plant. This is what we are expecting. So the value unlock here has been because now that we see whatever zinc that we produce, we were meeting the entirety of our domestic demand. But now we see as the nation is growing and the per capita consumption of zinc is also increasing. So we saw, okay, there is an opportunity that we make more metal and we make it sustainably. When we produce base metals, a lot of tailings is produced, and HZL has always been kind of on the lookout for sustainably using them within our operations. So we follow green practices like paste backfill and everything. So now we have this huge quantity of tailings, which takes up land, which takes up our space. So that was a big push for us to kind of go for this project. And we are happy to see the response it is getting from the community.
Thank you for the initial thoughts. Maybe I will come back in the next round to go a little deeper into your project. Let me come to Rajat from Loham. Rajat, you are at the heart of India's circular economy push. I mean, one of the key players, right? So what's the one thing that could really accelerate the progress for you? Because you have made some groundwork, some traction on the ground that energizes this recycling ecosystem along with the Rubamins of the world. So how do you create more national champions like you for India? So I know I'm coming back to the earlier panel, some relevant points, but would you like to throw some light in that regard?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me on the stage, and thank you to Ministry of Mines as well. Let's step back and see what a national champion in China really is all about. There are probably three qualities that a national champion has. A, they get a lot of policy, capital, and regulatory support from the government. B, they have massive scale and massive integration vertically. And C, they have been created to dominate the world. These are three very critical characteristics of a national champion. You look at metal after metal after metal. You look at rare earth, you've got the China Northern Rare Earth Group, you've got the China Minmetals Corporation. You look at lithium, you've got Ganfeng Lithium, you've got Tianqi Lithium. You look at nickel, you have Tsingshan Holdings, you've got Huayu Cobalt. All these guys have massive scale that we can only dream of out here. And they've all been supported by they've all got those three characteristics as their fundamental features. Now, what does the government do? None of these companies got created overnight, right? A lot of these companies probably got seeded in the late 90s, early 2000s. And over the last 25 years, earlier just being private players of tiny scale, but eventually being the best in class, is where the government came in and stepped up and supported them. And the government typically comes in with two different, I would say, two different areas of help which really helps these companies. One is, and as Anupam was pointing out earlier, creating a lot of downstream demand. Creating that local downstream demand is absolutely critical, and ensuring that it is a local player who gets to supply to that demand. And B, the Chinese government operates with a modus operandi, which is build scale, deliver profit later. And it supports in that particular journey how to build massive, massive scale without thinking about profit. What does that mean? That obviously means subsidies, that means grants, that means longer gestation periods for loan. And I think those are the things that tends to happen. Now, what are we seeing in India? Clearly, we've picked a few pages from their playbook, right? I think Ministry of Mines is already talking about a processing scheme where we will probably support a couple of players both on the nickel and the lithium side, two different minerals that we've identified as supercritical to the country. If you look at the magnet PLI coming out of MHI, the government has decided to support 5 to 6 different players within that. So I think we've understood the concept that support has to go at significant scale. Maybe we have not done the same thing on the recycling side, where we've decided to support a lot more players. But I think unless and until you've got 2 to 3 players who've got massive share and massive scale, we won't be able to compete with China. So I think that is great. How do we now step up on the other side, which is have a philosophy of creating downstream demand? That is a whole of government approach. Hopefully different ministries will work together. We are already seeing that. I see Anshuji sitting in various other ministries where he's providing the input as to what Mines is doing so that the other ministries do not copy or do not replicate what effort is being put in Mines, but do the downstream integration. So I think all that is happening, but we need to do it at a massively more accelerated pace than where we are today. The thing is, even if we end up creating national champions in India, ultimately we are still going to compete with the national champions of China if we want to have global dominance. And that cannot happen unless and until we are continually building the trust that Anupam talked about. And the elements of that trust, in my opinion, are delivering absolute quality at scale, repeatedly, across metal, mineral after mineral, and to innovating continuously and showcasing that we indeed have an ability to innovate and not just keep up, but potentially leapfrog China. So I think those are some of the things that are needed to ensure that we do build our own national champions.
Thank you, Rajat, for that perspective. Let me now move to Anjani, who is representing Altmin. So Anjani, Altmin's lithium story is moving really fast, okay, as we read. So you are into lithium access on the upstream, as well as you are in the downstream in terms of cathode material manufacturing. So you're trying to cover the entire value chain. So what specific collaboration model is most effective in this particular journey? Is it the technology licensing? Is it JV with OEMs? Or the long-term offtake contracts?
So thanks, Bidyut. I think it is a mix of all of them and in the right proportion. While technology licensing becomes very important, let it be ore to lithium refining or cathode making, because while the entire ecosystem is getting built simultaneously in the country, you have to build to suit your customers rather than develop a product and have your customers build on it. So because you're building to suit, you have to adapt to what is already available and then upscale it or do incremental R&D in my view. And apart from that, doing all of that in the right time is the most important. Like Rajat was mentioning, being able to supply globally is also important. And to be able to do that, you need scale and you need to do it within a certain time frame. You do it outside that time frame, you're already competing with others.
Maybe let me come to Devinder. Devinder, I know people are talking about the technology, the ecosystem creation and all of that. And all of these, as we also already heard, need financing. Okay, that because in the initial stages, in order to get that, because when Rajat spoke about creation of scale and not looking at profitability in the early stages, you need to have either VGF from the government in terms of incentives, or some private partnership as well. So from, say, World Bank perspective, you have seen global models of financing in the critical mineral value chain creation. So from India's context, what sort of partnership models in terms of bringing in that investment is going to be most effective in your view?
Yeah, thanks, Ministry of Mines for organizing this. Some wonderful thoughts on the panel, and before that, as far as the World Bank goes, this is not a one-off project. So this is not a typical financing play. That's not the way the World Bank is looking at it. Because our counterparts in the government, the Ministry of Mines, the Ministry of Finance, now the rare earth element corridors announced in the 4 states, we are looking at a decadal program, a 10-year program of support. It's not just a question of supporting a project or financing a project. Because in this entire industry, if I may call it that, there is need for onshoring of the entire supply chain. You can build a supply chain, and if you don't look at it holistically, as some of my colleagues are pointing out, it will not be resilient. It will crash within 6 months, because we all know the dominant market players will flood the market or starve the market, and any financial model created by any private sector will fail. This is the message that we've been conveying to our counterparts in the government, and this is what we have also been hearing back from the government, that the government is remaining aware of that. So, one, it needs a whole ecosystem. Sometimes, if you look at the prices of these materials over the last 10 years, they varied between $30 and $150. No financial model of any private sector player can sustain that market dynamics. This is not a normal play, it's a whiplash. Any financial model will collapse, and anybody will have to shut down. So it's not that these upstream elements are rare in that sense. It's just that the market dynamics are such that there is now a need for a large economy like India and an important global player for the whole world to actually start onshoring a resilient supply chain. And that's what we are working for, to make sure that we look at everything, which includes regulatory parts, it includes technology ventures, it includes technology support missions all across the world for partnering. It looks at acquisition of assets abroad, if there is any financing that is needed by private as well as SOEs, if there is need for risk guarantees, that the World Bank is willing to come in with that and has already made that clear to the government that we are here for the next 10 years. If you look at most probably the impact of this program over the next 10 years, in the last spring meetings where it has been conveyed to the World Bank, this is a multi-billion-dollar program. So we don't look at it in terms of financing a project, because we are quite clear that this is not project-based finance in that sense. In fact, I have started using a phrase which says that viability gap funding is one part, but you cannot fund a strategic gap with a financial model. So we are trying to determine a framework which is called strategic gap funding. And governments across the world have realized this, and that's the models that we are sharing with our counterparts in the Ministry of Finance as well as in the Ministry of Mines and MHI and other places. Because it is unthinkable that the United States would have actually bought into the equity of a mining company at 20%, brought in an anchor buyer like Apple, giving advance payments. Because this is not about geology. This is about certainty. The government will have to ensure that there is feedstock. It will have to ensure that there are offtake anchors and there is price certainty over a longer period of time. And as already pointed out by, I think, Bhuvan from Doberman, a very strong stockpiling and market operation system that allows these elements to be stocked if the market is in excess, and then released to the market when the prices are not proper. So until and unless we build up this whole supply chain, it will be difficult. Also, the part of standards and certification and testing. At this point of time, BIS does not have the normal standards that would create trust in Indian products for global markets. I think India has the potential of actually being a global supplier at some stage, but that is another part that needs to be put in place where standards have to come in. And finally, the skilling portion. This is a very highly skilled area. Even if the government steps in, which it is doing, to find technology partners globally, it will again have to onboard the skills within India. There are some elements of the ecosystem that are available in terms of the Mining Sector Skill Council, the whole NSDC framework, but that needs to be specifically targeted to this particular sector. I mean, as an example, the dominant market player has 400 certifications on just battery making. So that's the kind of ecosystem that needs to be generated. So we are not looking at it as a project finance. There are multiple models that we are putting in place. We will, and I think India being India, it will have its own mix of a model, which we'll be working with our counterparts to develop. But this is a 10-year program that we are in, and it is a multi-billion-dollar program that the World Bank across what is called the IBRD or the International Finance Corporation, IFC, all the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, which is AMIGA, all the components of the World Bank are supporting this entire program. So I again highlight 2 points. One, this is not a project-based financing. This is a program of 10 years kind of duration, where the whole idea is to make the Indian supply chain as far as onshore as possible, and that gives us resilience. Bring in stockpiling systems, create regulatory policies for skilling, create regulatory policies for open market operations, and find an Indian model that works for India. But I just want to say, and this is something that I've been saying to my colleague Anshu also, you can't throw money at this problem. It will not go away by throwing money at it. It needs, as you've been hearing on the panel, a much more sustained and robust engagement from the government, right from the feedstock to the anchor buyers on the downstream, across the upstream to the downstream. India has the capability to do that, and the World Bank, of course, is very happy to work with India to take that forward.
No, thanks, Devinder. You have touched upon very good points, that it is not a technology problem, the way that people have been talking about. It is more of a supply chain problem, that how do you create that ecosystem in place and holistically look at this, not just making processing commercially viable and making mining commercially viable in stages. Rather, we should look at an entire value chain, that how the entire value chain can become, and everybody in the ecosystem can make money out of investments. I will come to Mr. Hamilton, Sandeep ji. You are representing Critical Minerals Association of India, one of the policy think tanks, and you are also reviewing global models to bring in the good ideas to India's for the growth of critical minerals ecosystem in India. Where do you see the biggest opportunity for India in order to learn different quote-unquote successful models, be it in China or elsewhere, some parts of the Europe? Is it in terms of technology access? Is it in terms of project development capability? What is that India should learn from?
Okay, thank you, Vidyut, and thanks to Ministry of Mines also to giving us this opportunity. So I'll prioritize in 2 ways. One is, first I'll talk about the project development, and the second one will be the supply chain resilience. So if I come to the first, we need to have certain collaborations world over. And in this sense, I'll say that we can't put all the eggs in one basket, and we have to be very selective, because in the heart of everything, exploration, mining, and processing, the technology is there. And we need the technology. That is very, very important. Without technology, we cannot advance. So let me just give you an example. I mean, the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and it has made continents and their separation for almost like 8 to 10 times so far. And it is this continent coming together and separating creates the metals and mineralization. So what happens over there is, when we take a 17th century, there were like iron, calcium, and coal, which were about 50 to 70% in the earth. Then came the 18th century, where we were having world wars. The tungsten was used, copper was used, and they were 4 to 10%. Now we are in that era where we need elements which are less than 1% in the nature. To search them, it's very, very important to have the technology. So what I say is, for example, this, I'll just touch upon exploration because limited time. So I'll say that exploration is mother of all, because exploration should be a very research and innovative, which can lead to a successful mining and a successful processing and ultimate productions in an economical sense. Let me just give you an example. Like for example, we have now India, we have 3.28 million square kilometer, and we leave some of the area which are in the Indo-Gangetic Plain and the Deccan Plateau. We have about 2 million square kilometer to cover. We need to bring the best technology from world over, and in this sense, we need to collaborate with some of the countries like maybe Australia and the Canada, who are experts into these technologies. And the time has come where the surface manifestations of these mineralizations of the minerals have diminished over the time. And the time has come to see deeper. We need to have deeper technologies. For example, we should not be depending on a very limited scope of geophysics here. We should look at least 1,000 meters below, because there are now the countries, they are having the deposits which are far, far below the nature, below the surface. For example, I'll just give you, like for example, uranium is just 2 ppm in the earth. But when we talk about a uranium deposit, it's 1 to 3%. But there are deposits in Canada which is 20%. But they could get because of the technology. So first we have to bring these technologies to India. This is very, very important. The second one I'll say is a supply chain resilience. Because we have a little gestation period between the exploration and the mining and the processing in our country right now. So we have to depend on the supply chain. It's very, very important. Just to give you an Indian perspective, we are thinking that we have 326 million vehicles right now in India. And Niti Aayog says that this vehicle need to be converted 30% to the EV. We need almost like 1,77,000 tons of lithium. So from where we get, we don't have lithium deposit, though we have a smaller deposit in southern India right now. So we need to explore more these deposits. Till such time, we can look to the countries like Africa and the Latin America to see the supply chains resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. I am also cognizant of the time. I have one more round of questions to ask the fellow panelists. But before I do that, let me just open up, if any couple of questions from the audience that you would like to ask any of the fellow panelists. Anyone with any relevant question you would like to ask, so that it aids into the discussion? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. This is Santosh Mani from Oil and Natural Gas Commission Corporation, ONGC. My basic question to the panelists are, there's a government in recent years has introduced many policy reforms, especially in mines and mineral oils. The MMRDA Act and the Oil Field Regulation Act has been a recent examples. So basically we are doing on two different fronts, exploring mines and exploring mineral oil separately. My simple suggestion to the government is why can't we integrate these two and facilitate those operators of oil and gas blocks or vice versa to explore the mines to minerals also in, for the oil and gas blocks. Why can't we integrate these two? That will really help financially to the operators also and for the country also, because basically we are doing the same thing. So this can be looked up to make further policy reforms in this area. This is because as a geologist, as a scientist, we are doing the same thing. Why can't we explore for those minerals, critical minerals especially? At times we have seen in our loggings, in our log reports, that some minerals are there, but we are constrained not to explore those. So please my suggestions to the government officials also to kindly integrate these two. That will really facilitate in this Indian scenario, sir. Thank you.
Your suggestion is noted. If I understood that correctly, you are more or less speaking about, from a surface mining rights perspective, more of a composite license kind of an idea for the points that you just made for oil and gas assets. Thanks, that is noted. Any other question or points from anyone? Otherwise, I will just move on. Maybe I will come back to you, Mr. Jalote, about the Ambadungar project that GMDC has taken up, and probably in collaboration with NMDC, or some form of partnership is there. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it is one of a kind project for India, because it is not only, it is kind of a, with 5,000 crore of investment, 12,000 ton kind of capacity that we are going to generate out of that project. So it is an integrated ecosystem of sort that you are creating on the western part of the world, of India. So from a larger, Indian perspective, of course, it is at the early stages, that project itself. But whatever journey that GMDC has got so far, if you would like to share, say, a couple of points for the larger audience, that how do you conceptualize and try and replicate similar kind of a project elsewhere in the country?
Thanks. So, in a nutshell, the project that GMDC is traversing, and we've been at it for a few years, so it's fairly well developed and advanced, is taking mine to magnet the complete supply chain. Some parts of it we are taking the responsibility for doing ourselves. Some parts we are partnering, inviting partners to. So mining is a bread and butter business for us. So starting the mine, all the regulatory clearances, acquiring the land, clearing forests, resettling of people, all of that activity is under process. That's happening. Then the first level of processing, that's beneficiation. So the technology for that, we're getting contract research done, and we've also got Indian work done. So there are several flow sheets developed precisely for our ore. And then there are pilot plants being set up as we speak, so that that technology can start scaling up. So one of the biggest challenges is scaling a technology from lab to production level. After that is the second part, where we are saying that once we have created pure separated rare earth oxides, we are creating an industrial estate called the hub, where the downstream partners are being invited. So we are taking responsibility for upstream and midstream. Downstream, we are inviting partners to make the metal, the alloy, the magnet, the motor, and the vehicle, and other catalysts and glass, which use rare earths. So what we find is that when it's a lot of hard work to do the complete journey for a single organization. But since I mentioned at the start that this is a whole industry that is being started off in the country, we don't have a magnet or a motor or industry. So the early players have to traverse to do this heavy lifting. And once this is done, and with the amazing amount of support that the government is already doing on the magnet front, on the recycling front, on the funding front, the first few players have to do, kind of take responsibility for the entire chain. But if I may put in two small points on what will it take to enable all of this. So one part is enablers, the other part is de-riskers. India has a shortage of skills and facilities in this domain. We don't have facilities where quick small pilots can be done across various process levels, chemistries, minerals. We have some very good pilot facilities, but I'm talking about hundreds and thousands of small pilot facilities where smaller players can quickly come in, test their stuff, make their stuff, and get out. We don't have enough certification labs that can take care of some of these minerals. Rare earths and their associated minerals are not easy to test for. We don't have those capabilities. When we have a lot of these pilot facilities, we'll also have skilled manpower or people power. Because to get a theoretical degree is one thing, But to actually run a process is another thing. So we need process expertise, and that will happen when the first happens. The second part is the de-risking part. And as our colleague Sandhuji did mention, that there are many levers that competition has that can tweak and make every business unviable. So that kind of financial de-risking, if the government takes in its hand, that if the price of magnets are made to crash, then what happens? If the price of input material oxides is made to crash, then what happens? If the price of assembly is made to crash, then what happens? So one, financial de-risking coupled with creation of a lot of piloting and testing facility is going to turbocharge this entire ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that initiative. Nistha, as HZL has been investing a lot in the Waste to Wealth journey, and you have covered the kind of project that you have taken up. But from a larger industry perspective, I know there are a lot of waste and tailings will be available to try for this. One of the key challenges about the certified labs who can take up n number of projects as quickly as possible, and whatever R&D funding that Ansuji presented in the morning, more funding can be given. But how do you make a decision call that how much of time you should spend on that particular project, that whether the project is going to be successful or not? How has been the journey?
Thank you for the question. So, how much time is, I think it requires a continuous attention. We have an R&D department which is always, measuring, assessing and testing all our, items at a various process stages. We did an in-depth assay study of, what all elements within our, run of mine go and how much of them are available a few years back. And now we are again doing it because the situation demands it. So there is no such fixed time as to, how much should be spent on it. I think it is a continuous investment. Talking about the time that should be spent, HZL is also now foraying into exploration of, critical minerals. We have recently now, through auction system, added 3 new critical mineral blocks in our portfolio. And the idea is not key how much time we used to spend. The idea is to contribute to the, national goal of adding more and more knowledge about our geology and the information that these, minerals exist in our system. As Mr. Hamilton also pointed out, and my fellow panelists, that exploration is essential. So is, research on these minerals that are existing in small quantities in our processes. So yeah, and we will be, giving these new assets a time and that they require, and adding in any ways, whether they get executed to ML or not is a separate question, but it will be adding to the information that we have on the geology. And that's how and it's not just through auctions but also through various initiatives. I will also take a little segue to appreciate the Ministry of the incentives that they have brought in terms of incentivizing exploration and enabling the private sector to kind of be a part of it through NMEDT and other projects. So, yeah.
Thank you, Nistha. I think you have covered it. Thanks for that. Taking the cue from Nistha's point about probably you were meaning that it's not a commercial viability of such things. We should also wear the hat of looking from the perspective of sustainability, and we have no choice but to make such projects successful for the benefit of the larger country so that we can extract as much as possible from those waste dumps and tailings. So taking cue from that particular point, Davinder, when any external financing agency at a program level, not at a project level, look at such opportunities, what are the key parameters from where they make the investment decisions? Is it forex risk? Is it the technology maturity, or is it from the perspective of ESG sustainability? What is the kind of weightage given to such parameters to choose a project for financing?
See, the element of
the program.
Yeah, the program. So the element of the ESG is part of the financing paradigm, and it is not seen as a disabler. if we take global experience, we will see that when ESG gets disregarded at the initial stages, it finally has costs to the community and to the country which are higher. And let me take my favorite example, which I've been sharing with my counterparts. This country was not food secure 40 years ago. And what we've been sort of understanding from global examples, and India has 75 years of development experience now and enough examples in its own development journey to learn from. So today we are a food surplus nation. It did not happen, just by chance. Just the kind of supply chain resilience that is required in critical minerals and rare earths was created in the food supply chain. The agriculture universities, the Council of Agriculture Research, the Department of Agriculture Research, extension training, farmer skilling, other fertilizer industries, the whole ecosystem, and then a minimum support program, which is nothing but the offtake mechanism that we are talking of for if a farmer produces wheat, the government assures, I will take it from an MSP. That is what the rare earths and critical minerals industry is asking. Please give me offtake assurance. And then what we are talking of stockpiling, I have been pointing out that one of the largest logistics stockpilers in the world is the Food Corporation of India. Millions of tons of food for the citizens is stored. And when prices start falling, it buys. When prices start rising, it does open market operations. And this is what it does on a day in and day out basis, which India should be very proud of. So there's an example, there are many such examples that are there, whether it's the Strategic Stock Holding Association Corporation that is now stockpiling 5 million tons of crude oil on the east and west coast. So the examples are available. So if you look at these examples, and I will go back to the food example, today we are realizing that we should have been a little more careful about application of fertilizers. We should have been a little more careful about draining of our aquifers. We should have been a little more careful about drawing all the water out, and all those crises in Punjab and Haryana where water tables are falling, or in places where soils are becoming acidic. So ESG is not a disabler. The way we come and work with the Government of India is how ESG is a long-term enabler, because this is a long-term program. So if the ESG is not taken care at the exploration, mining and primary extraction stage, it will cause problems to the community at a later stage. So that's the way we see. We don't see it as a disabler. I mean, and again, India is a very technically, managerially and commercially competent nation. I mean, some of the finest corporations the world over, are run by people trained and skilled in this country. It's just putting all those thoughts into operation right at when the programs are designed. I mean, that's the time I think everybody understands that it is the right thing to do, not only as a kind of a good sustainability practice, but even commercially. It starts making sense to do that. And one point that I want to mention here to all of us is that when we are today looking at something which is, we understand is also foundational and fundamental to the economic progress of the country in terms of energy transition and all the other aspirations that India rightly has in terms of economic growth, this particular sector is not to be seen in terms of what is the cost of having it, because that's a framework which says, okay, give me X amounts of money and my financial model is sustainable. One, this is a continental sized country. A mining operation with Mr. Jalota is going to be entirely different in cost than from a lithium mine recovery in Kashmir. So, I mean, those elements of different cost prices will also have to be factored in. But it is not to be seen in terms of what is the cost of having it. And this is something, again, the World Bank team has been bringing back to our counterparts in India. Please evaluate it from the point of view of the cost of not having it, because that is the bigger cost. So it is not the financial cost of having it, but it is the opportunity cost of not having it. So I think that's where and this is a message that's going everywhere, and that's how we are designing the program, and that's the resilience part that we are saying. Make sure India has this, and the supply chain is resilient, and all the things that need to be done, including ESG or stockpiling or training or certification or financing, all that is put into play.
Great points. I think you are reiterating the point that we should look at it at a 10-year program rather than a very short-term view. And this is the time that India needs to make a lot of investments across exploration across mining, processing, and everything else in order to create that ecosystem. Coming back to Rajat, of course, you are into recycling. I had two questions for you. One is that when government is trying to give certain incentives, okay, to recyclers, as of today, it's more on the input side, that the amount of material that is getting recycled. But of course, the point of, the products that is coming out up from the recycling plants and the standardization of the same needs to be defined through some codes. So if it is more focused on the products that is coming out of recycled plants, is it going to be more helpful for creation of recycling capacities and scalable, plant capacities in the country? That is question A. And question B, in terms of energizing the Kabariwala ecosystem, so that, because I have a little bit of observation on the word called urban in the urban mining, because so as to say the source material is probably going to come more from the rural and suburban areas as well, not just urban areas, the electronic system and the mobile phone. So it is, how do you energize that rural and suburban ecosystem also for your feedstock, so that you get the right kind of materials and continuous flow of supply for your feedstock? So that's the question number 2.
Sure. To your former question around, do products matter, or should incentives be only linked to the input material? I think goes without saying, and I think we are having a healthy discussion in the ministry between representatives of the government and of the industry as to what should be the right scheme, what should be the ideal scheme. Everyone has a fair point of view here. But end of the day, we are in a national critical mineral mission. That is the mission with which we are working out here, and that mission necessarily emphasizes on recovery of the final mineral which has been deemed critical. Unless and until we recover that, till that point of time, we are not doing justice to the larger problem that we've set forth on here. So I think it's very important to ensure that whatever be the incentive mechanism, whether it is an input or an output level, ultimately it results in recovery of the critical mineral. That is important for the nation. I think whether it's an input scheme or an output scheme doesn't matter. I think the mechanics of the scheme can be worked out. But ultimately, we need to ensure that bang for the buck here goes into recovering the relevant mineral. And for me, the right sort of metric here is, end of the day, a critical reason why we've deemed these minerals critical is because they do have a significant consequence on the exchequer, on the treasury of the country, right? We are importing these minerals, and if indeed the downstream industry keeps growing, at some point of time, these will cause a lot of pain on our currency if we do not produce them locally, right? So from that perspective, you have to think, if I'm putting $1 of incentive here, is it resulting in X dollar of critical mineral recovery? I think that is a critical metric with which we need to function. And whatever scheme enables that, I think that is a scheme which is just for the nation. That is point number 1. Point number 2, and so the product matters. And so standardization does matter. Needless to say, today we already have some standards in place. BIS already has a standard on nickel metal, nickel sulfate, but we do want similar standards out there for all the other critical minerals. Standards, particularly through QCOs, also serve as a way to create capacity in the country, which is another element that we want to work on. So I think from that perspective, standards do matter, and I think that's the best way for us to implement a scheme of this nature. To your second point, where does this critical mineral lie, right? I mean, we sort of have a motto within our organization, har ghar mein critical mineral hai, right? Pure desh mein ek ghar mein critical mineral hai, and hamara agenda hai kaise har ghar se critical mineral ko nikal ke usko save kare. And needless to say, today penetration of appliances or electronics is increasing in rural and the smaller cities of the nation. No scheme will be complete if we only focus on, let's say, the top 20, top 30 nations of the cities of the country. We should have a sort of larger scheme here, and which is why I firmly am of the opinion that this is a real time to create a national movement of sorts, right? And not just limited to, the 10, 20 odd recyclers who are probably, sitting out here but really open this up to the entire nation, create a lot of small entrepreneurs all over the nation who have an ability to become small collectors in their respective vicinity. This way we actually create a lot of jobs, a lot of employment, a lot of entrepreneurship, and actually ensure that materials do get collected all over the nation. Thanks.
Thank you. I think you are indicating that maybe local hubs that can be created, and even MSME players can have a role to play as formal collectors from the individual Kabariwalas. Thanks for sharing that perspective. I will come to you, Anjani. I know you have been working in that lithium space, and lithium is one critical metal where we are 100% dependent, like few others as well. So from the commercialization as well as scalability perspective of the kind of project that Altmain has taken up, how do we maneuver the challenges that you are facing today, and what sort of policy, support that may be, structured so that it becomes more commercially viable for you? For you mean not just Altmain, the equivalent players.
So I think there is a lot of support coming in from various departments of the government, and for us particularly under the mineral processing scheme and other things, the government Ministry of Mines has been supporting us adequately. And apart from that, there are multiple international organization supports also that coming up, which are meant to give international financing supports also for the project. So in this, in our industry, having the right technology, time to market, having the scale established before we establish scale of economics, and having offtakes, all of them play key roles. While the price of the input materials, while technology and everything is, the price of the input materials also plays the key role. And it is important for all the value chain players to understand that unless there is integration from mine to the final consumer in their, what they want us to supply, what they would like to supply, and every bit of it, there is not going to be, a positive outcome in a holistic way.
Thanks for that. So we are at the fag end of this panel discussion. Maybe we can just conclude, and I will come one by one, starting with you, Rajat, from that side. That if you had to pick 2 points, okay, a lot of initiatives that have been taken up by the government from policy side, be it exploration, be it processing, and like magnet in terms of Atmanirbhar Bharat manufacturing concept perspective, a lot of initiatives have been taken up. But if you had to suggest 1 or 2 max, forward-looking initiatives that can be taken up by the government, what will be your suggestion being an industry player?
Besides the one that the government has already taken up? Quite honestly, I do give a lot of credit to the government for having picked the most important issues for the country. I do believe Ministry of Mines has done exactly what should have been done here. My own focus would be more on the downstream side of the industry to ensure that downstream ecosystem gets created, where I think we are still lagging behind. And the upstream industry will not be able to do much if the downstream industry does not exist. So I would want us to ensure that we do create large scale, particularly right in the beginning when Anupam had talked about, yes, I have a magnet. Where's the motor? Where's the motor industry? How quickly is that developing? Is that competitive? So we want to make sure the downstream industry does exist. 2 of the critical problems that we are talking about today, or 2 products that keep getting talked about today, A are magnets and B are batteries, very important products. And I think we have to look at both these industries from a mine to a final consumed product all the way and ensure the relevant support is out there. I would once again just want to highlight one more thing. It's very important to also understand that from a technology perspective, and which is where I'm glad that DST has stepped in with an RDI fund for technology, but from a technology perspective, there is still a lot more innovation that needs to be done in batteries. On the magnet side, we probably have reached a plateau of innovation. So we have to look at different products from very different perspectives and ensure that we don't apply one single brush to all the problems.
Anjani?
I think, like I said, Ministry of Mines has been extremely, different and helpful than other ministries because we take help from Ministry of Mines and also heavy industries, the components and other things. And I think they heard us right when we asked them we would like more of.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe let me alter my question. It's not just for Ministry of Mines actionable. It could be any ecosystem players
I know.
actionable. Let's
No.
put it that way.
No, I'm saying it is important for all the departments to understand what the industry actually needs and what they need to deliver and delivering it as well. And that way, in the recent consultations also, Ministry of Mines has done exceptionally well, and we've gone forward and suggested that to heavy industries as well. So that is what I was pointing at. But I think one suggestion that I would like to give to all the government is government's initiative of getting schemes and getting things rolled out is there, but there's a lot of clutter that gets stopping it midway. So I think decluttering a lot of it and trying to look at it with a modern vision than stopping at your rules or rules are required, but too much of extra vigilance is what should get a bit decluttered.
Thank you, Vidit. So I will say that the kind of reforms the Ministry of Mines have taken over last decade is unprecedented. I mean, I've never seen these many reforms which is coming from 2015, 22, 23. Now we have heard about 26 also. So from that perspective, policies the government has done very well. Now, couple of points I would like to say. First is that we have in budget that RE corridor. So we need to address this, that what we are going to do, because it has got a lot of potential. We have the rare earths, which is world's third largest, 7 million tons. And then it has also some other elements like the titanium. And there should be some policy around this harnessing the titanium from there. That is number one, my point. The second point is we should also look a lot on Northeast, because the carbonatite deposits, there are very good host to the rare earths. One of this deposit which the GMDC is working, actually in fact my Earthwell organization have proved their deposit. So there are huge potential for Northeast. So please look Northeast. That is one point. Then the third one, which I will also say, is that we need to see the mission mode now. I mean, we can't have the list and we go on exploring with the combining things. We need to have, like for example, I can give you the Europe. Europe has done fantastic on the lithium. I mean, they had a mission for the entire Europe, and they formed a mission to locate only lithium deposits, and they have found Germany and some other countries also there. So those way we have to see that we bring this mission mode approach to our thing, because these are very important to see, because in this time, if I sum up, I can say what we are seeing is there's a power train which requires the magnets, and we require the rare earths. There are like a power pack which requires the lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, and so on. And there's another one which is coming up very fast, and there's a lot of industry which is coming in India. We do have them members in our association, that the aerospace. So this aerospace people also require a lot of titanium, which is a new age metal. And there's new one which come is that there is a report that there will be about 50 billion robots by 2050. They require a very different set of elements. So we need to always chase the new age elements and work out, because every element has got an age. After that age, like for example, we are giving up the coal. A time will come, we'll give up the oil also. So there are new age elements will always come, and we always will be needing new policy for it. Thank you.
I think some excellent thoughts here, and I'll just share two thoughts here. One, of course, compliments to the Government of India and the Ministry of Mines as the nodal ministry for the mission. It's really a multi-ministry mission with an empowered committee headed by the Cabinet Secretary, and I don't think there is any important ministry that is not there in that list. So it's truly multi-ministerial. And I think that's the way it is being driven. One point about technology that has been mentioned by colleagues here and in earlier panels also. I mean, India across number of ministries, MeitY, etc., is a member of Pax Silica. It is a member of, Mineral Security Partnership. It is a member of the Critical and Emerging Technologies. We just had India speak at the G7 conference in DC on critical minerals. So I think the country needs to leverage these partnerships. We at the World Bank are already proposing a very robust program of what we call technology support missions. We are now planning to support sometime in June or July a mission to Colorado with 17 research labs. Also good experience along stockpiling and how to take that forward. So I think that's one part that I would like to see Government of India a little more engaged on working with us, of course, but with the other partners also in bringing more and more technology partnerships. I think that's the need of the hour. The second is the recently launched magnet scheme. I would request the government to take learnings from the battery PLI that did not produce the desired results. And it should not happen that an important scheme like the permanent magnet scheme also faces the same end result. Because while the output is supposed to be 6,000 tons, currently we're only looking at around 1,500 tons of upstream material available. And as again been pointing out, almost everybody on this panel and other panels, there is no offtake guarantee. So if 3 or 4 years later somebody produces the magnets, where is that anchor buyer? So I think those are the two parts that at least we would suggest to the government. Number one, step up India's multiple partnerships on the global stage. Please interact and get the technologies in place. And secondly, put those offtake arguments in place, at least for the schemes which are already launched. And in the permanent magnet scheme is one that is now about to be bid by 5 champions that are to be created.
Anything you would like to add, Nista?
Yes, just to add to the very valuable points by my esteemed panelists, one thing is that a lot of schemes and incentives have been introduced for critical minerals, their development and their exploration. Just somewhere down the line, I think we all know that we played a little jump and skip and missed incentivizing, development of deep-seated minerals and the challenges they face, and just green mining practices in general. So just an extension of, such incentives to those, because a lot of critical minerals exist as associated minerals, and their development won't be, it hinges on the development of all the deep-seated base metals and, the green practices like tailing, recycling. So yeah, just that.
Very briefly, compulsions on track and traceability of all inputs and compulsions on purchasing of Indian inputs. Everything in this critical mineral domain is an input for something else. And as Sandhuji, as Rajat, as Anjani, everybody's pointed out that there has to be an end consumer. So we've done it in solar, we've successfully done it, we need to do it here again. First step is there must be track and traceability of inputs so that people know transparently what percentage of inputs are coming from India, what percentage of inputs are being imported. And second is purchase compulsions, that a certain amount of purchase has to be of Indian made inputs. That immediately solidifies the whole demand chain, the ecosystem bit. Thanks.
Perhaps digitalization needs to play a significant role in that regard, because without that we can't do that. EPR is more of a policy play, but in order to implement that we need IoT and the AI models in order to implement that. So thank you so much. I think it has been a great panel, a lot of great points that has come up. We have heard about that looking at critical minerals more as a program, not just as a project. Davinder, that's probably the killing point in this particular discussion, that it's not a financial model, viability that we are looking at, especially for the next 10 years. This is the time for India to make investments at large, not blindly, but in order to get to that scale, in order to so that the value chain is established for ourselves domestically. There needs to be focus not just on R&D, whereas there is definitely a focus, but we also shouldn't miss out the point of how do we bring in skills and domestic skills, because especially on the metal side, on the downstream side, we need niche skills so that we become efficient in order to for whatever critical metals that we want to get into manufacturing. The third point is about that, of course, we are making a lot of investments in exploration, but how do we fast track many of those projects so that the primary sources in terms of mining assets, whatever resources can be converted into reserves, is going to be helpful in the long run, and a few others. So thank you to my fellow panelists for all of your insights. I think all of us got enriched through your thoughts and ideas. And let's keep the conversation moving beyond this forum as well. That's where I would like to end. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vidyut, and all the panelists. I'll request if you can please come forward for a photo. And may I request Dr. Sukanya Chakrabarti, CT of Kabul, to join us and felicitate the speakers. कोई नहीं, तो बाद में क्लास में ले जाएंगे. Thank you once again to everyone. So we have moved towards the concluding session of the day, and to provide the key takeaways and summary of the discussions and the vote of thanks, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Preeti Shukla.
Good afternoon, everyone. And as we bring today's seminar to a close, I want to synthesize what we have learned throughout the day, identify the critical pathways forward, and establish the foundation for a continued action on India's secondary mineral recovery agenda. I think we convened around 3 interconnected imperatives: unlock, strengthen, and enable, as I had mentioned in my opening remarks. Unlock, we've explored from mine overburdens, mine tailings, industrial slag, the presentations from IBM, Hindalco, CSIR, IMMT, provided concrete evidence that we need to have the technical capacity to extract critical minerals from the materials we're currently treating as waste. Strengthen, we've examined the recycling ecosystem for e-waste and end-of-life batteries. The data is striking. The gaps represent both an urgent challenge and a massive opportunity. We've heard from industry, research institutions, and civil society organization about what's working, what's broken, and what needs to change. I think throughout today's session, several critical themes have emerged. They aren't peripheral issues. They are the core levers that will determine India's secondary mineral opportunity becoming a functioning, scalable reality. The 7 points that we've considered as key takeaways from today's discussions have been. The first one being tax treatment and economic viability. I think GST and the reverse change mechanism need immediate clarification. Secondary mineral recovery and recycling operations require clear tax treatment to be economically attractive to investors. Ambiguity on GST implications, reverse charge applicability. We need to enable this for a better flow in terms of investments. The second point on formalization of waste collection systems, which is very foundational to the entire value chain. Collection systems for e-waste and battery remain fragmented and informal. Without formal and organized collection infrastructure backed by appropriate incentives, recyclers will continue to struggle with unreliable feedstock. The third point being on EPR framework, which still needs an evolution. It needs realignment. Current EPR schemes exist, but they are not creating sufficient incentives or accountability. And it must involve to create stronger financial accountability for producers and support investments in collection and recycling infrastructure. The fourth critical point being the domestic value addition, and critical minerals recovered from secondary sources must remain in India. I think Bhuvan sir mentioned it quite strongly, that currently recovered materials often flow out of the country as raw materials, losing the opportunity for domestic processing and manufacturing and value addition. The fifth point on harmonization of trade classification, HS code alignment for secondary materials is practical but essential step. Therefore, inconsistent classification often creates a friction in trade and makes it difficult. The sixth point that we recently heard from the last panel, where the World Bank's approach on, it offers a critical insight rather than a project-specific financing. The World Bank focuses on strategic gap funding, addressing the system barriers that prevent entire ecosystem from functioning. For India's secondary recovery, this means offtake insurance, strategic stockpiling, and looking at ESG as a long-term enabler. The last and the most important point on the technology scale-up, because technological upgradation from lab scale to commercial scale still remains a critical barrier. Research institutions and startups developing promising innovations in a controlled environment often face this challenge. While the recovery rates looks excellent, the economics appear sound, but moving from benchtop to pilot to commercial operations, it introduces variables that labs never encounter. So the gap is not just technical, it's financial and institutional. So these 7 points are not a wish list. They are the specific actionable levers that determine whether secondary mineral recovery scales or stalls. We are documenting the seminar proceedings and will be sharing them with all the participants and stakeholders present in the room. These proceedings will serve both as a record of where we stand and resource for a continued dialogue. I think the opportunity is clear. The technologies are advancing. The policy direction is setting. What we need now is coordination, investment, and implementation. Last but not the least, as we come to a close, I would like to extend a gratitude of thanks to the Ministry of Mines, the entire NCMM team, Energiva Ventures, and the KPMG team for their partnership and insights, to our colleagues across the ministry and related agencies whose dedication and hard work have brought this seminar to life. We now invite you all to continue these conversations, not just over today's lunch, but in the weeks and months ahead. The next phase of this work will happen across your organizations, in your boardrooms, in your labs. Thank you all once again for being here, and please do continue the conversations over lunch, because some of the most valuable exchanges happen over meal and in informal discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the audience. Please join us for lunch outside. Thank you.